As promised, I got Shawn Porter on the stream. It's not the most highest tech, most elaborate setup we got, but we're here and we're watch. I was gonna say watch the pay-per-view, but we're watching the Netflix special. Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul. We got Goyat versus Nunez in the first of 4 fights. Sean, talk to the people, man. You're a big selling point for this live.
A selling point.
Yeah.
You sold it yourself, man.
Yeah.
Trust me, man. We don't need to go on with all of the compliments on you, man. You know who you are and what you do, and everybody here watching and those to come, and they all know what it's about, man. But say the names again. Goyat versus Nunez. I mean, do we really need to talk about this right now?
No.
I think, honestly, man, the one thing I really do want to point out, I shouldn't do this, but I'm going to do it because I have a spot in my heart now for boxing where I need to see it done correctly on all cylinders. We understand what we're looking at tonight, and I think a lot of people in this world don't, and they're all tuning in. Great, fantastic, wonderful. But you put Shushu below these guys right here.
Yeah.
Come on now. You should have had Shushu go right before you had Miss Serrano and Miss Taylor go at it. And then you should have had the main.
Or he could open up and then Barrios. Because Barrios is defending his belt. So let Shushu open and then Barrios and then Taylor and Serrano.
Again, man, yeah, I'll let you have that.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you know.
So, but I'm just, I like to see boxing done correctly. We were talking about the card the other night, and it was like, in retrospect, we would have made the women's fight the co-main event. Was it?
Gabriela Fundora.
Yeah.
And Beck the Bully was the co-main event instead on the Kid Austin card.
Yeah, yep. So, I don't know, man. I think that the business is gonna be the business. However, it's got us doing this here right now. So, man, I'm gonna enjoy this with you and let you take the reins, big dog.
Well, we got our first super chat of the night. My man Adrian Wells hitting us for $20. Thank you, Adrian. So that's 10 for Sean and 10 for me. So thank you, Adrian. But what's good, brothers? How y'all doing? We're good. I feel a little bad ahead of time because you guys know sometimes I get off the rails with my societal larger picture stuff, because I think tonight what's going on could potentially even be considered evil. But Mike Tyson consented to it, and he's a grown man. So we'll see. You know what? I'll throw the fastball right off the way. I kind of think this is like a ritual. Might be a ritual that they try to get Floyd Mayweather to take. See, I feel bad. Shawn Porter sitting right behind me. He's got to be involved in this craziness coming out my mouth now. But okay, hear me out, Sean.
Okay.
So remember when Jake Paul was fighting on Showtime?
Yeah.
And he fought Anderson Silva and Tyron Woodley on Showtime.
Sure.
I think, and then about a year before that, Floyd Mayweather fought Logan Paul on Showtime, and we were here. And as it turns out, hindsight being 2020, Showtime was on its last legs. And what's something a business on its last legs needs to do? It needs to try to pull in as big a revenue and fights as it can. And probably the biggest.
But you know that Showtime boxing wasn't on its last legs just because of Showtime. It was just because of boxing.
Yes.
It was a network as a whole.
Yes.
It was just evolving and couldn't hold on to what it was doing. But I feel like even right there, like you're painting a picture like, boxing was just dying on Showtime. Like that's not really the case, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it was a changing media format and all that kind of stuff. Streaming taking over cable.
Yeah.
And Showtime having emerged with Paramount and all kinds of things.
But with knowing all that, they wanted to get as much as they could.
I think they wanted to match Jake Paul and Floyd Mayweather. And I remember when I'd asked Steven about it at the Anderson Silva fight, his reaction was kind of like, that's an idea we've certainly had, because they made I think they made about 1 million pay-per-view buys. We watched it here with Logan and Floyd, which is more than Crawford Spence, more than Canelo fights.
Yeah.
So if Logan, doesn't have the credibility as a fighter like Jake does, it stands to reason that Jake and Floyd would have done even more numbers than Logan and Floyd. And I feel like that was a heavy push they had for Mayweather to do that fight, and that's why you didn't see Mayweather really fighting on American television or American-related networks for a while. He was going overseas to Dubai and doing his exhibitions. I took that as pure speculation as, hey, I don't have to potentially fight this kid who's 15, 20 years younger and outweighs me by 50 pounds and risk losing, you know, as even though Floyd's one of the greatest boxers ever, still father time and size. And instead I'll go get this money and make it up with 4 or 5 exhibitions overseas and do it my own way, do it without Al Heyman and kind of the PBC sphere, you know. And then sure enough, you see like Leonard Ellerbe, Mayweather Promotions kind of have this falling out. And I feel like potentially the beginning of that falling out was Floyd saying, I'm good. I don't want to do this Jake Paul fight. And so this ritual, I feel like, was originally designed for Floyd Mayweather, and they got Mike Tyson.
Why do you put the word ritual with it? Like, that kind of, you got me, but then you put the word ritual, and I'm like, is this really, you know?
So we're getting this out the way in the beginning.
Let's
right?
get it. Let's get it done. Let's get it done.
I think it's some secret society stuff, man. I do. Some. You know, Jake Paul, remember every fight he wears the black and white?
Yeah.
And people might think that's yin and yang, but I think that's like this. And shout out to the Freemasons out there. I'm not saying all of you. At all, but some at the tip.
The funny thing is that's the name that's connected to it.
Yeah.
You're not going to get me going with this.
Okay,
man.
all right.
Read the super chat.
Read the super chat. Anyway, you guys get it. You guys get where my crazy head is at. So, like a humiliation ritual, said Joe Louis. Exactly.
Oh, you got Matt Bergerson too, huh?
Yes, Matt. He's both our guys. So
Maddie, huh?
Matt says, Maddie? It's crazy to me that Netflix let the entry fight for a main event card be this fight.
They don't know better. Just let them do what they doing. They don't know better. And also, they think because of the following that these guys have, so things are gonna make sense for everybody watching that don't make sense to us. But then check it out. You get Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano. Ain't gonna make a lot of sense to a lot of the people watching, but it's gonna make sense to us. There's a marrying tonight of boxing and mainstream. I won't even say sports. Mainstream influencing. There's this marrying of that tonight, and we just gonna have to suffer. We're gonna have to accept it.
Accept it. And y'all better get used to it. Remember you ever heard that song from West Side Connection? Mm-hmm. And yeah, so no, okay, well, what you're talking about, the merging of two worlds, you know, Mauro Ranallo, when I was watching the preliminaries, he kept,
shout out to Mauro, that's my guy.
Shout out to Mauro, Paisan. But he kept saying, you know, this is huge in sports and entertainment. And what comes to mind when you hear those phrases joined together?
Sports and entertainment?
Yes.
Oh, okay, because I was gonna say
Marcus Taylor in the house, y'all. Hey, middleweight, 17-1. Got a fight coming up.
NABF middleweight champion, soon to be the WBC middleweight, undisputed middleweight champion of the world.
He wants Carlos Adames at 160.
And I want Janderbeck and I want Erislandy Lara, all the champions.
He won all the champs, all of them. And Sean's helping him get ready for his next fight, so yes, you know he'll be in dog shape, but. But it's someone in the chat, Maria C, says boxing meets pop culture, but saying sports meets entertainment, that sounds like WWE. And yeah.
But that's because professionally, and it's like, you know, it's like this with every sport. We all grow up loving what we do. I loved football, you know, LeBron loved basketball. We grow up loving what we do, and then we're expected to make this transition from loving just the pure sport and nature of it to now loving the entertainment side of it that most of us aren't taught to how to appreciate, how to exploit, how to birth, and how to hone and all these other things. But the fact of the matter is, sports and entertainment is what we watch daily when we turn on the NBA Finals, when we turn on the World Series is happening right now. The list goes on. It's all entertainment. It's all for us to have that thrill in our tummies and in our minds, you know. So I get what he's saying and what he's doing, but listen, man, at the end of the day, let's keep it real. Some of these fighters can learn from some of the stuff that some of these influencers are doing.
Yeah. Muhammad Ali, greatest heavyweight ever. He wasn't above doing, in his time, in the 70s and 60s, what an influencer would do now to get attention, right? He wasn't, but there was so much depth there, you know, that you wouldn't call Ali a clout chaser. He was a brilliant mind, amazing fighter. But yeah, he would do things like or him and Sonny Liston would stage a fake gun pull at the casino. I don't know if you ever saw that, Sean.
I'm familiar with
right,
it.
right.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
antics
yeah,
to sell a fight.
Yeah, I
I
didn't realize that was like a fake thing though.
Yeah. No,
Like,
you really thought he pulled the strap
staged.
on him?
Yeah, I thought
Maybe
that
he
was
did.
real. Like that's like it's the story, huh?
Yeah,
I didn't realize
I think he
that.
shows right after he pulls it out like it's fake. Everybody, Sonny Liston, he made that cool black and white 1960s gangster.
Yeah.
It's okay, everyone. I'm a trained professional. It's not real. But okay, so I got a couple super chats to get to from Jamo and Matt Borgeson, but I want to jump off of Sean's point about entertainment for a moment there. Me and Marcus, before I started the live, were talking about this, and we were talking about how, when you talk about entertainment, us being magnetized to the screen, right? I think the entertainment from sports is supposed to come from the sport itself. I take entertainment as kind of an ugly word. When I think entertainment, I don't think of high art. I don't think of something stimulating your mind and either inspiring you, or I feel like sports is supposed to teach us through the athletes.
You want it to be organically pleasing for us to view.
Yes, not with it being in mind to sell us something. Like I want.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be either inspirational or a cautionary tale or triumphant or a tragedy. Not something being shoved down your throat to consume for money and content. I mean, everything revolves around money and content, but it's supposed to be like you just interviewed Marco Antonio Barrera, right?
Yeah.
What he did to Hamed was inspirational for all the right reasons.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't you weren't drawn to it for any other reason but substance, for good things.
Yeah.
Marcus, what was some of the better way I was putting it before we jumped on?
Basically, to piggyback what you were saying, like, people are supposed to be able to take the stories of athletes and learn lessons from them.
Good or bad.
Yeah. What athletes actually have to overcome and push through that we know nothing about until, of course, they tell us in like an interview or something like that. And I said, all of us fighters go through something, that you don't see. And sports, that's what sports is about. It's about the story. Everybody loves the story behind the sports. That's what makes.
But the story's better if it's real.
If it's real.
If it's real human story.
Yeah.
About the human condition.
Exactly.
And not some bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, okay. Now I remember how I put it.
Mm-hmm.
There was a sports writer who said one reason the NBA's ratings are in decline is it's no longer about the game. It's no longer about the standings. It's no longer about who wins the MVP. It's about content.
Yep.
It's about, Klay Thompson has his first game back. Him and Draymond Green didn't shake hands. Joel Embiid looks out of shape.
Yeah.
Apparently, he punched a reporter in the locker room. Did LeBron get JJ Redick hired, or did Jeannie Buss? Is she cool with drama? It's not about watching the game and absorbing discipline and inspiration, or if it's a tragedy, if it's a fighter or an athlete doing bad things, and you absorb the realness from that and learn what not to do. That's what I mean, and that's what this is. It's about the content. We're not here watching in the co-main event we will, but in the main event, we're not watching something for athletic competition and all that. It's just content.
It's content.
It's just content.
It's how many eyes we can get, how many views we can get. You have, 150 million Instagram followers or this many views. So I think it's fabricated numbers. I feel like
if whoever lose, they gonna flip out. Watch.
So let me get to some of those super chats for a second here.
They had that was a sweat.
Matt Borges has said, I'm worried that people aren't going to appreciate how special Serrano and Taylor II is for the world of boxing. It's an amazing fight, best women's fight. I don't think you have to worry about it, Matt, me personally, because I know their styles are going to make for a great fight. So if it was a fight between two technical counterpunchers, then I think you might get an audience tonight that wouldn't appreciate what they're seeing, but they're probably just going to have a bloody war like the first fight. So I don't think that'll be an issue.
I got Katie Taylor counter-punching Amanda Serrano to victory.
Ooh, I got Serrano tonight.
You got Serrano.
I actually got Serrano tonight.
I love her.
I know.
I do
Love
too.
her with all my heart.
And that's why it sucks for me to say that I have my cousin Katie Taylor. You know
Marcus Taylor, so he's got his cousin.
I love Serrano,
He's got his cousin. Biased, but that's okay.
My lost cousin.
He was
Katie
honest
Taylor.
about it. He's honest about it.
I actually met Katie Taylor. She's like the sweetest person ever. She came to Houston to check out Raymond Ford before his Saudi fight with Nick Ball.
Nick Ball.
Oh, wow.
She came to Prince, and I met her, and I was like, "Did you know we're family?" And the way she took it, she smiled, laughed. She's the coolest person.
Yeah.
So I became a fan of her that day.
So check it out. Yeah, let's get to what they want. Like they want the boxing.
Yes.
I feel like Amanda Serrano at this point in her life, this point in her career, can't make adjustments. I think she is who she is. She's flat-footed. I'm gonna dog it out with whoever, and I got more dog than you. On the other end, I think Katie Taylor has the ability to make adjustments, and I think the subtle adjustments she needs to make is make more space to counterpunch, make more space so that it's evident that she's landing before Amanda gets on her. I got a feeling Amanda might not get close to her tonight. I think she gonna be on her Olympian. I'm moving. I'm sharp. I'm quick with the counters, and I caught you all night. She can maintain the pace. And that's another thing. Sorry, but that's another thing that like Amanda had over all of her competition. She had an amazing pace that nobody could keep up with.
Yep.
And if they were keeping up, they started to fall behind.
To get tired.
What says you, sir?
What's the first thing that goes, they say? The old timers. They say the last thing that goes is the power. What's the first thing to go?
You know what I think the first thing to go is?
What?
The reflexes. The timing.
Yeah.
They were wrong then, but they would say the legs.
Oh, the legs.
They would say that.
He said they was wrong.
They were wrong.
You can't X out like goddamn 80 years of theory for me.
Maybe that rule died. You know, maybe that was the case back in the day, and now you guys are telling me what it is now.
Yeah.
So,
listen, at the end of the day, you know, this is. I did an interview earlier talking about Tyson and Paul, and I said, you know, when Mike was coming up, the sport hadn't evolved as much as it is now. So now we have nutritionists. My girl Kate, that's my lady right there. We've got nutritionists. We've got the science of understanding how the body works and all these other things. We can really gauge and make subtle adjustments and things like that. Then where Mike come from. So Mike is only trains one way, trains for one fight because he's, you know, that's who he is. I don't think Mike's gonna have the kind of gas that he would, but to the point of, you know, them saying the first thing to go is legs. That might have been the only thing that they knew how to explain.
right.
But I think, you know, it takes your leg, it takes everything, the reflexes, the eyes, knowing how to move, and then the legs, you know what I mean? So the legs are secondary to the eyes, to the senses. I think that's the first to go.
That makes sense. No, it makes sense. Reflexes, like maybe legs was an oversimplification for all that other stuff, reflexes, but I got Serrano because I remember for a while now, for a couple years on the show, me and Sean have talked about Serrano being
What show?
on the Porter Way podcast.
Come on, man.
So we would talk about on the Porter Way podcast that Serrano was still in her prime, but getting up there, getting towards the latter stages of her prime. Her style makes for wars more often than not. And so, but despite us talking about that a lot, heading into this fight, I'm thinking more about the wear and tear on Katie Taylor. And she's getting closer and closer to 40 years old. And then she's been surviving a lot of close calls. I know she finally did lose to Chantel Cameron, beat her in the rematch. But she survived a close call against Pursoon, survived a close call against Serrano. Cameron got her. And then she got it back against Cameron. But she's been in a lot of close dog fights. And I feel like if she doesn't, if she can't use those legs for all 10 rounds, and Serrano, I feel like a couple of things. Serrano might start a little faster this time.
Another interesting thing,
Yeah.
something that we haven't seen, we have not been able to observe in women's boxing, is the digression of punch resistance.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And for women, where it for what I think I know, where it shows up for the women is their conditioning. I think that's when you see them slow down. I think that's directly to their punch resistance being low.
So if she can't, if her conditioning, if she can't use those legs because of her conditioning, and she has to settle down and fight that a little bit more often than she did the first time because those legs are a little older and those reflexes, that favors Serrano.
Is she a 2-time Olympian?
I think she's a 2-time gold medalist.
Is she a 2-time gold medalist?
2-time undisputed champion in 2 divisions.
Yeah.
But
we don't realize she's as old as she is.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That's a lot of amateur fights.
Yeah.
And I mean they're both in the back half of their prime, but I think they're both still in their prime. And I remember too, was speaking of the old phrases, like Jim Lampley would say when fighters are a little bit past their prime, sometimes you get even more of an action fight because they can't get out of the way as good as they used to. So you might actually get even more of a war in the rematch. But yeah, I got Serrano. I think Taylor might find it a little more difficult to use her legs and to outbox her, and I think she might get put into a war, and that war favors Serrano. And I think Serrano might start a little faster than she did the first time. It took her 3 or 4 rounds to get in range. I wouldn't be surprised if she comes out with a real purpose in round 1 and tries to make a statement, set the tone in round 1. Like this,
I can see that.
Yeah,
I can see that. Huh? I guess for Amanda, I would see a faster start, more decisive and mean. And for Katie, I could see. Well, here's the thing. I think that Katie will use her feet and try to counterpunch, but you know how it is. You get caught a couple times. It's like I got to get that back.
Yep.
And on top of that, we only got 2 minutes. Color me interested.
And then we got here. We knew this was coming at some point. We got Jamo MC says unrelated, but Boots' team felt a way about Sean calling him overrated. How would a fight against you guys go? You guys being you and Jerron.
Yeah, I did the best I could to clean that up when we did the show.
Yeah,
I really just said it just to get a rise out of the world. I really didn't want to rise out of Boots and those guys. I got to be honest with you guys though. Especially me in my prime. Whether that's before I fight Arrow, after I fight Arrow. Certainly in the times that I fought Keith Thurman 2016 Shawn Porter, 2018 Shawn Porter, that's a hard time for anybody. When it comes to Boots, and I have looked at that fight, I'm not gonna front like I haven't. Like what would I have done? What could I do? Because I really do think that outside of Terrence Crawford, there's really no one that can beat him. But I had to look at myself. What about me? I feel like I was versatile enough to beat him, just as athletic as him. Maybe not as flashy, but I didn't need the flash. I was athletic, very gifted, quick feet, powerful. The list goes on. Everybody says that
Boots.
No, not Boots. Gary Antoine, is it Antoine?
In the amateurs?
Yeah.
When they fought Gary Antoine right? Russell, yeah.
Gary Antoine, yeah. Everybody says that me and Gary Antoine
that's true.
Fight a lot alike.
Yes.
I do feel like I'm a little more explosive than he is. I also feel like I was a little quicker than he is as well. And honestly, I also feel like I could gauge my range and my distance very well as well. If he had wins over Boots, and I'm sure I know it's the amateurs, but again, if he had those sorts of wins, then you could kind of look at similarities in us. I would have a good shot against Boots, especially in my prime.
I think that's very fair and logical. Yeah. That I know it's the amateurs, but it's funny that you brought that up, Sean, because a couple days ago I was talking to someone who was at those fights between Gary and Boots, and yeah, he was bringing that back up as a point. I see you're about to be on the phone though, but should I give my take on Sean and Boots with Sean?
Yeah.
So up until these last 2 fights with Avanese and Jukajan, really this last Jukajan fight, I would have picked Jerron. Just keeping it real, right? I know it's kind of awkward with Sean right there, but no, I would have. but now that he's gotten some resistance, like in that Jukajan rematch, he would have had to tighten things up to beat Sean. fighting the way he did against Chukajan, against Shawn when he was on his P's and Q's against Spence and even Crawford, I might have had to go with Shawn because skills pay the bills too. Yes, Boots is longer than Shawn. He's a little bigger, got a little bit more power, but Shawn better technical skills than Boots showed these last 2 times out. Just more fundamentally sound and more focused round around.
Yeah.
But so I don't know. It's been a hell of a fight. I got no pick.
Honestly, keeping it 100, I think the thing that he lacks now as a professional boxer that we picked up on early in our career, especially after a Kell Brook fight, we picked up on being more structured. My dad was already structured by nature, but we picked up on being more structured and having game plans and things of that nature. I think he comes to the ring with like a wild card mentality, not really sure. There's no like true structure to round by round what a game plan is. I have never seen a game plan out of Boots, but you don't need it when you as athletically gifted and talented and fast and strong and powerful and big, and the list goes on and on and on. But when you get to the highest level in this thing, it becomes,
and the other guy's a pretty good athlete too, pretty fast too.
It becomes
pretty strong, right?
More prepared, you know.
Right,
yeah.
Right. Which is kind of what I was getting at, right? When I said focus round around, and yeah, that's what I mean. You took it to another level. What I was trying to say, which is, the game plan and all that. Got food here. All right. Well, I gotta get to the other super chat. Thank you for that, Jamo, and I hope you appreciate Sean. I thought Sean actually gave a pretty good explanation there, bringing it all the way back to the amateurs with the Gary Antoine fight. But let me see here. Got to get to that other super chat from my man Matt Borgeson. Said, what the F was that body card? I had body winning 96-94, but 98-92. Also, Green lost 2, and they gave her the nod. Promoter bias tonight. Another reason I picked Serrano. When that first Katie Taylor fight was with Eddie Hearn. Was a matchroom fight, and tonight is an MVP card. So Serrano, even if she doesn't have her name first, she's really the A side.
Yeah.
Really. Because she's the one with the promoter. And there's more money in Taylor-Serrano 3 than there is them fighting anybody else. Mm-hmm. So it makes business sense, too, for everyone involved. If Serrano wins, you get a third fight. So
gotta think of it that way. The business of boxing points to Serrano winning tonight. And
Sean mentioned Serrano. One of her paths to victory, as simple as it sounds, is mean. Mm-hmm. Her being mean. Mm-hmm. I think she's a little meaner heading into this fight. Yeah. Which she lost the first fight. She got more, the other girl, it's like, the competitor in you go out there to win every time, but you already won. You already won. For the other girl, for Serrano, that's gotta be a bigger chip on your shoulder. It's just human nature, more motivation to beat someone that already beat you as opposed to beating somebody again.
You got all the momentum to come in.
Yeah. Yep. But Taylor's a true champion. Yep. Her motivation may be, I want to leave no doubts behind. Yep. First fight was close. Some people thought it could have been a draw or that I lost. I was out of it in the middle rounds. Let me dominate it, send it on home. And yeah. So now Mario Barrios coming to the ring, WBC welterweight champion. A guy that has been fighting with a lot more confidence really since the Tank fight and for sure since the Keith Thurman fight. But it really started after the Tank fight. Mm-hmm. He fought a good fight against Keith Thurman, even though he lost by a big margin. Yeah. But he fought a good fight, and he was a lot more loosened up at welterweight than he was cutting all the way down to 140. 140, yeah. Yep. So, Barrios is good.
Barrios is not a small dude.
No.
I met Barrios, cool guy, by the way. Texas boy, too, by the way.
Yep.
He is not a small dude. I don't know how he made 140. When I saw him in real life, I was like...
He used to make 126.
Oh, my.
Barrios did.
Crazy.
Yeah. We're getting a look from... Yeah. No. As a pro, I think he fought as low as 26. But the he's got the glamour belt. He's got your belt, Sean. He's got your belt. Yeah, he's got your belt. It's the WBC belt. That's a great point. But he has the belt you once held, and it's the glamour belt.
I got options.
Even though the WBC does everything they can to kill their credibility, it's still the WBC belt. It's still.
Very sad. Oh, let me get some plates for you, Phillips.
It's still.
Anybody want chipsticks or good?
Yeah, those.
Barrios better not lose, Sean. What's up, Titus? Shout out, Titus. Shout out everybody in the chat. Chip Skylark said, "Sorry, bruh. I got Sean over Boots at 147."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, y'all do now after that fight.
Tim Butler, Sean beats Boots.
Yeah, after that fight.
After that fight, yeah. Well, let me find a Boots pick just to have some balance here.
I'll stand on what I said. It was just the fight.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't Boots. I don't think Boots got exposed, and I know everybody talking about Boots get hit too much all the time. Yeah, he did. He got hit too much against somebody that he knew could hit him.
Yeah.
He not gonna do that against somebody that's on some real stuff. You know? Let me get some plates.
So yeah,
I just think we gotta see.
against Abel Mendoza.
We gotta see Boots face, like, the more he go up in competition, you'll get a clearer view of that. I feel like everybody Boots fought, like, he did exactly what he's supposed to do, and I feel like everybody he's fought, he's way more talented than. I would like to see Boots and Barrios. I would like to see Boots and Imantas Stanionis. I would like to, you know what I'm saying?
I still favor him over all those guys.
I just want to see.
But the real question is, can he go to 54 with the big names and beat those guys? I feel like even with his stock getting lowered, people still think he's probably the best welterweight, but they're not. The public's not particularly impressed with welterweight right now.
Yeah, I see.
They're not. So
I still think he beat all those guys, but those guys are definitely better than the competition I feel like he's been facing.
Yeah.
So, time when he get those fights, either he's gonna prove who he is, or
So Abel Mendoza in the ring now, 33 years old. Fought a lot of good fighters. Fought Cody Crowley earlier this year. I think that was on the Tank and Benavidez card. Lost a competitive fight. Got smothered a lot. Cody's a physically strong guy in good condition. Not a lot of skill, but a dog.
Yeah.
And he just kind of dogged it out with Abel. But
Abel came back at the
thank
end.
you, sir.
Remember, Abel dropped him at the end.
He closed his eye up. I remember that. But this is a solid stay busy fight for Barrios. But really, it's an opportunity to showcase. Not against a super easy opponent, but an opponent that if you're not just good, but if you're really good, if you are ascending in your game, you can make a statement tonight against Abel Mendoza. But I think Barrios is what he is. I think he's just a good, solid champion, but I don't think he's the future of the division. I don't think he's the next undisputed welterweight champ. I just think he's a good fighter who's in his prime right now.
Yeah.
But one thing he does have that I do like, guys, is a good base with his balance and his stance. And he doesn't try to rush shots. He doesn't try to be super fast. He has a good technique. He has good, solid technique and skills. And just a really good base. And I feel like he believes in his power more at welterweight. And he's just more confident right now than he was some years ago.
Good length, too. He has long arms, tall.
Yeah, very tall. I want to see him and Ryan Garcia fight.
Oh, that's a banger.
Yeah.
I want to see that.
And,
Mario Barrios.
Barrios.
Because Ryan's never won.
Counting out Abel, huh? Just counting out Abel.
You're right. All right, we can't. You're right. Well, let's get. All right, time for me to call the action.
Can't count out Abel.
Here we go.
Will come in.
All right.
Man, a shot.
All right, round one begins. Barrios in that high guard again. Good base. Slightly on the front foot against Mendoza. But really just both guys in the center of the ring. Good jab by Barrios to get him started. Barrios being first with the jab. Mendoza getting his jab parried to start. Back Barrios stepping into that jab early. Good little right hand to the body by Mendoza in the center of the ring. Excuse, I keep saying Mendoza for some reason. I keep thinking Abel Mendoza because I interviewed the 41. Ramos. Excuse me. Double jab by Barrios. Yeah, both guys in the center of the ring. Barrios take a little half steps to his right, keeping his hands up. Barrios not a guy that's going to drop the lead hand a whole lot or get too saucy with it. It's a tall guy with solid power. And again, just using that jab early on, keeping it tight and fundamentally sound. Couple of little pawn straight right hands. Good jab to the body by Barrios. Barrios longer than Ramos, able to get the jab off first and step around a little bit. Changing directions with his half steps too. A little bit of straight right hand. Down goes the Mendoza or Ramos. Keep wanting to say Mendoza for some reason. His knees buckled and almost touched the canvas, but not a knockdown. But nice straight right hand by Barrios, and Barrios taking advantage of that length early on and getting off with the jab first. Ramos not able to get off too much here through the first 2 minutes of round one. Good jab again by Barrios, popping up the head of Ramos twice. Very accurate with the jab in round one. Got in that straight right hand behind it earlier to buckle Ramos. And I'm sure he'll be looking for that again, but not rushing it. Trading jabs with Barrios' jab, getting the better of it longer at long range. And again, Barrios doing a decent job of just being efficient, not having to bounce up and down and use excessive movement, but just little half steps to his right, little half steps to his left, being first with the jab, keeping Ramos on the end of it, and giving himself a easy first round to win. And not getting greedy, not trying to rush any power shots behind the jab, just taking what's there early on. Ramos for the first time stepping inside right there, but Barrios catching the left hook on the elbow. And about 10 seconds left in this round. I do feel kind of funny doing this with other people in the room. I mean, when I'm alone, I don't feel, but I hope you guys don't mind. I got it. Yeah. No, you're good. You're good. Thank you. Yeah, that's. But yeah, 10-9, Barrios, and not too hard of a first round for him, really.
Great coaching too. You know, we talked
about Bob Santos.
The evolution,
the
evolution of him since his fight with Tank. Also great coaching.
With Santos, yeah.
Yeah, Santos is just, you keep working and you get better, and that's why I don't like the thought process of life is over if I lose a fight. If you are evolving and getting better, or doing what it takes to get better, you're going to get better. And
he just
almost.
Sorry,
things that you weren't able to do before.
Yeah.
This kid, that's how this kid was. Just evolved.
I just noticed, when he was with Virgil Hunter, it was a little bit more movement. And since he's got with Bob's got him settled down a little bit. But that was important. Everything Virgil taught him, Bob is built upon. He hasn't stripped it away. Mm-hmm. He's just, adjusted it and made him sit down a little bit more. Mm-hmm. But also, he's getting Barrios at welterweight and not drained at 140. So it's easier to ask that fighter to sit down a little bit more. Yeah. He's feeling healthier. He's feeling stronger. Yeah. So stands to reason. But here in round two, and good straight right hand again by Mario Barrios about 30 seconds into it, jabbing to the body. Countering now a couple of counters, and that's him creating that off the jab, right, guys? It's sticking the jab in the face, and then eventually the other guy's got to take some opportunities to get past that jab, or take some shots, some chances to get past the jab, and then that's when you could run some counter punches on him.
Yeah. Abel's problem is he's slow off the draw.
Yeah.
He telegraphs everything. You see it all right there in front of him, and he doesn't have a move that gets you off of what he's gonna do.
Now, being slow off the draw is different than the actual hand speed once the shot comes out, right?
Yeah.
That's two different things, right, Sean?
When I'm saying slow off the draw, the jab before it comes, the right hand before it comes, and he's a left-right kind of guy, or a right-left kind of go. He's not doubling up. He's not fainting and then coming with something. There's no variety coming from
good right hand by Barrios halfway through the second round, using that left hook to the body to set up a straight right hand up top. working levels with those 2 punches. I keep getting these texts. Let me see who's texted me. Let me see. Oh. All right, it's my wife just sending me encouraging text. I'm here, baby. I got it. We got it. But yeah, Ramos still looking for some with the jab. Barrios shooting the right hand over the top of it.
See?
And just
Abel just got low and like slipped his way in. He got there. One more move and he would have actually been there. Creative, but you created something and then didn't even do anything with it. Sorry,
Barrios,
I ain't ate all day, so.
Yeah, do your thing. Eat. I'm gonna eat in a minute too on the stream. I don't care.
We haven't
Yo, that one got
Barrios just defensively responsible. Not a lot of crazy defensive maneuvers. Just moving the head a little bit and keeping the hands up. Fighting tall. Yeah, Ramos is cutting the distance a little bit here and there, as Sean would say, but good straight right hand again by Barrios. Barrios, straight right hand, down goes Ramos, and that was beautiful because he threw the left hook before letting that right hand go.
Yeah.
And what is that? More of like a decoy punch, Sean? You know that it may not. Yep.
It's a punch that kind of like puts that face back in line. Kelly Pavlik was known for doing that, putting that almost like a soft jab or a soft hook just to move the face and put you right in line for the right hand. And check it out. Even if I don't touch you with it, you still have to react to that. Yeah. What's the reaction to this punch? You move to the inside, right in line for the punch.
And that's what Barrios did there to get that second round knockdown. Again, here it is on the slow-mo. Barrios touching with the jab. Oh, I didn't even notice the touch jab to set up the left hook right hand. Beautiful job by Barrios. Letting the jab out there, expecting something coming back, and then left hook right hand. And the left hook actually landed. It wasn't just a decoy punch.
Oh, yeah.
Set up.
Landed.
Left hook landed.
And
position. Boom.
Yep.
In position.
Like
right hand. Beautiful job by Barrios.
Tap you and boom. Yep.
And isn't that
clean right there.
That's the jab creating things, right, Sean?
Yeah.
Sometimes if you want a counter punch, you can't just wait on the counter and try to counter what's coming back. Sometimes you bait them with the jab and expecting them to counter your jab, and then you could counter what you anticipate is already coming back.
I counter punched Danny Garcia a good majority of the first half of the fight, and it was disguised by the jab and the movement that I had. You could barely tell that I'm actually in the mentality to counter punch Danny Garcia opposed to being first. The jab sets it all up.
So now here we go, round 3, 30 seconds into it. They're trading jabs again, and Barrios just got the sharper jab on the outside. That stands to reason. A little bit taller guy than Ramos, but
he's blocking everything. He sees everything before it comes. He's dipping low, like great timing and rhythm from Barrios.
Yeah, good left hook to the body right there from Barrios. He kind of timed Ramos stepping in with his jab and touched him to the body with that left hook. Barrios doing a good job
of being patient.
Yes.
I mean, the kid is being
good
patient.
Jab again. 2 jabs by Barrios. Got underneath the left hook and came up with his jab twice.
They know it's there. They're just not gonna force it, And it's one thing to be told that in the corner, but when you feel it in your gloves, it's hard to pull back on some of that stuff. But look, he's just flowing with everything.
Good little straight right hand. Yeah, he is flowing with everything. Everything is coming out
and everything
at
is
the right
missing
distance.
too.
And he's not getting hit.
Yeah.
Good jab.
Real clean.
His jab is on point. It's starting to bust up the face of Ramos a little bit. It's just been very accurate with that jab.
Right there in the middle of the ring. I hope you're learning something, young man.
Straight right hand to the body by Barrios, touching up top with the jab to set that up. Back on the jab 2 times, a little bit minute over this 3rd round, and Barrios just in control. Defensively sound.
Nice. Good head movement.
Moving to the left, just off of the left hook. 2 left hooks to the body there by Ramos. Barrios, one of the few times in this fight, he tried to reach with a power shot there. Ramos a little bit out of range, and then Ramos made a miss, stepped in like a veteran, tapped that body twice, but Barrios back on that jab. He could make the fight easy with his jab. Good jab to the body, good jab up top by Barrios. Another good jab, pelting Ramos, keeping him in the center of the ring at the end of the jab. Barrios touching with that right hand. Nice 2-1 by Barrios. They're using the right hand to set up a power jab. Doesn't always have to be the 1-2. Double jab to the body by Barrios, stepping over to his left, and it's about to be 3-0 Barrios. Ramos coming through with a 1-2, but Barrios catching it on the high guard. 10 seconds left. Ramos, good right hand to the body by Ramos. He led with that right hand to the body, and then the left hook up top. Barrios catching that on the high guard. Ramos with some offense there at the end of the bell, but 30-26, Mario Barrios. He's up 3 rounds to nothing. And just fighting a good discipline, good tight fight, good jab. That right hand is hurting Ramos when he lands it, when it's there. But that round in the third round didn't really step into it too much, didn't put too much on it. Was just more touching with the right hand and boxing. But you expect that right hand to land with some thunder again at some point. So Barrios' best win is Ugas coming off a loss. It is. I knew Barrios was going to win that fight. So, just like Bruce Carrington and Shadeja, all hype job bums who really lost already. One versus Suleiman and the other versus the Canadian got a gift. Sheesh. It's Super Mario Barrios, Sean. Says Crawford's loaded gloves. I appreciate that. Mario Barrios beats Boots if you bet, if you dare. I mean, the way Boots was fighting against Jukajan, it's a more competitive fight than I thought. At first, I thought, okay, Boots stops this guy. He's just too talented. And I still think he beats Barrios. But Barrios is fundamentally sound. And if Boots is going to continue to lack that in these fights, it makes him more beatable, more vulnerable than he should be. And it opens the door for a disciplined, fundamentally sound guy like Barrios to maybe pull off an upset. But I still would favor Ennis in that fight. So Ennis in that high guard. Ennis. Barrios in that high guard again. Not as active in the first minute of this round. Good jab again, though, man. Throwing a left hook to the body and then coming back with a jab up top and 2 jabs up top. Minute into the 4th round. Barrios hook to the chest, jabbing Ramos out of range, making Ramos have to reset and restart his work to close the distance all over again. Another 2 jabs for Barrios, and it's so much easier said than done where I'm standing, but at some point, do you got to walk through the jab? Do you got to just...
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Because he's making...
You're talking about Abel.
Yeah.
Abel's guy, he should have made a decision a long time ago. And that's when I talk about, like, that's the difference between having dog and just being a boxer that boxes. You know, when you got dog and you're not getting your way, there's something that clicks in your mind, and it's like, I gotta go. I gotta do something. And for Abel to not be able to make that kind of... It's a mental adjustment that needs to be made. When you come out in the fight the same every single round, it ain't because you're limited in skill. It's also because you don't have this thing in your mind telling you, I gotta get this guy. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's a part of the game.
Yeah.
Is that what they call take one to land one, basically? At some point, if you're not
not me
adjusting it with skill, well, I mean, yeah.
Not me.
But he doesn't have those cards in his deck, Sean. He can't bounce in and out of range and hit the angle. And if this is the cards in his deck, is that what he has to do at some point? Ramos, eat the jab and fire in range?
I use Tank as an example because I know Tank's known for like putting the earmuffs on and then I'm just coming after
you.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you got to do something. You know what I mean? Like, you just got to do something. You got to be able to do more. And I personally think that first is a decision that's made mentally before it's an adjustment even in the corner.
Good right hand by Ramos and a combination at the bell. Barrios was able to land his jab still that round, but you saw the right hand a little absent that round. And just a little bit less clean work being done by Barrios that round. A little bit more of a going through the motions round. And that kind of gave Ramos some life there in that last 10 seconds. Ramos finally landed a good right hand and stepped in with a good combination after that. But now here comes in Jake Paul with his girly.
Yeah, he was. Abel was given time to work that round.
Right.
Which is, he took advantage of it.
So here comes Iron Mike with the.
Ooh.
So
Nice jacket.
Ooh.
I do love the jacket, but I think the jacket.
Ooh.
It might be
Okay, Mike.
I know I love the jacket and all, but what if the jacket is a sad microcosm of it all?
No, I ain't gonna let you do that. Don't let you do that. Don't.
It's a jacket that looks like it's from 1988, and it's a dope jacket. But what if, like Mike, heading into the ring, you're trying to withhold and grab onto something that's way in the past, and maybe that jacket is a microcosm of that, like this really dope 1988 looking jacket, but maybe it's in the past, like everything else with Mike Tyson, or maybe not. Maybe he had to bring the 88 jacket back because he's gonna have an 88 like Mike Tyson. Maybe that's it. But Matt Borgeson with the super chat says Barrios needs to go to the body. Do you agree with that, Sean?
100%. That's the missing link now 100%. To his game. We've seen you put him down twice. Well, what's the next step to take all of the steam out of this guy?
Body.
It's the body shot, the body work.
Yeah.
And a guy like Barrios-Ramos.
I see you, Matt. You don't know what you're talking about.
Is he not wanting to reach down against the shorter guy that wants to get in his wheelhouse, and he's afraid of giving up his distance by throwing the hook to the body or what have you?
So for us, it's easy for us to say, "Oh, you got to go to the body." Yeah. When up top, when it's working seamlessly. I know that fourth round really wasn't as strong of a round as the previous were, but when everything's clicking up top, sometimes it's hard for you to make that mental adjustment.
And you're snapping his head back with every jab, and let me just keep jabbing his.
Maybe start with some stabs. Punches that you still can keep a distance with, that can still take some air out. Start with some stabs.
Good first. Double jab again. Barrios getting back on that jab this round. Straight right hand just off the mark.
I don't think you got it.
The stab to the body?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Why wouldn't he have it? What's in Barrios' stance that doesn't allow him to?
No, I mean just from the standpoint of it not being a punch that he's used often enough. I think we're all taught how to jab the body, but there's a difference between jabbing the body and stabbing the body.
Okay.
If you're not no stabber that goes down there with the intent to pull a little air out of the guy, then they're just not part of your game.
And then he's just missing opportunities. He's getting close enough sometimes to actually go to the body, and it's all headshots. Maybe he knows he can, drop Abel almost again to the head. So
right.
My thing is, you gotta do your research. Abel is the guy that came back in the last round, last second, and knocked someone out before.
Right.
So his power is there all the way to the last second. To prevent that from happening, you should take some steam out. Because a guy like Abel is dangerous.
Right.
He's a guy that can get beat the whole fight, get knocked down, and knock you out in the last second because he has that sneaky power.
Barrios doing a good job defensively. Hands up, moving his upper body. Again, never really gets too sophisticated or saucy with it. He's not going to drop the lead hand. Because I always think of dropping the lead hand as having that sophistication to your defense, to everything. And that means it's an indicator. Like when you go in there and spar with a guy who has the lead hand low, it's like, oh, you really are confident. You really believe you don't need to keep them up to let something miss. And so you already know you're dealing with someone with a level of sophistication. Not always. Sometimes those guys with their lead hand low get hit a lot and they need to pick that hand up. But the guys who knows what they're doing with that lead hand low, you know you're usually in for some trouble. So, but fighting like that wouldn't work to Barrios' strengths. He's not a crazy athlete guy. He's a solid athlete with solid speed. And he's got to get you by being fundamentally sound. And he's winning every round right now. Where he's getting his water, about to enter halfway through this fight into the 6th round. So, what are you talking about in the Draco Edwards trying to say, "Don't say too much, Porter. You couldn't beat a prime Barrios." I'm gonna disagree with that.
What?
I'm gonna disagree with that. Yeah, I will disagree with that.
What was it? What was it?
No, just someone in the chat saying you wouldn't have beat Barrios.
For me?
Yeah.
You see, Most people don't know nothing about boxing.
It's Barrios' night. Okay, he's having a good, solid title defense tonight. We don't have to harp on the fact that Sean would have beat him in his prime. Yeah.
I like his outfit too.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Good defense. So Ramos in that last round landed only 8 out of 65 punches. Barrios, again, like I said, because he's not very saucy or sophisticated defensively, is not to be confused with effectiveness. He's very effective defensively. And that's after Maidana was able to close his eye. And just as I say that, he gets hit with a right hand and a little combination by Ramos. But
Ramos coming on, man.
Ramos a little closer to Barrios here in the 6th round. Landed a right hand a moment ago. Steps in with a left hook and touches Barrios with the right hand again. Barrios keeping the gloves up to block the left hook, but that right hand coming right behind it did land. Ramos touching the body with the jab. Back comes Barrios with a jab to the body and backing Ramos back out. But let's see if Ramos can, at any point in this fight, build some momentum. He touches with a right hand again, but Barrios keeps the glove up. Ramos getting off first more often here in the 6th round. But Barrios still staying solid defensively. Catches a left hook, doubles up his jab in the center of the ring. Good right hand, and Barrios is hurt. Barrios is down. A right hand. Barrios falling asleep a little bit as this fight goes on. And that right hand letting Ramos get off first in this round. And just as we say it, Ramos gets a little momentum. Oh, Sean, give me the look like you were counting him out. Barrios is hurt. And Barrios is more hurt than Ramos was earlier by that knockdown. Barrios, a little woozy, a little bit on Queer Street, still hurt. Right hand rocks Barrios.
He doesn't know how to grab. You're a professional fighter. You're hurting. Stop wasting your legs.
Ramos has a chance here. Ramos got to keep pursuing his left hook on the inside, landing for Ramos. Barrios trying to steady himself.
He's doing it wrong.
Barrios on the ropes, covering up. 2 left hooks for Ramos.
I just was able to have more of his arsenal. No.
Left hook lands again for Ramos, but Barrios takes it well. Steps out to his left.
Yeah. But, you know, hook.
Barrios' legs still not all the way there, but only 20 seconds left in the round.
Outside, inside, body, hand.
Ramos staying on the front foot. Left hook, right hand. Partially getting through, but Barrios keeping his hands up to catch these shots. But that's a big moment Ramos was big time needing in this fight. And now we got to fight. Another looping right hand catches Barrios and another right hand. And that'll do it. That Barrios gets through the round, but he's hurt. And he was more hurt than Ramos was when Barrios dropped him earlier in the fight.
Because then I tell you, it's the same guy that will knock you out the last second of the last round. Power punches like that, you need to take steam off. Barrios has not thrown any body shots yet.
Barrios is going to bounce back. Netflix is behind. Oh, Mr. T, maybe your Netflix is behind. Well, we got you covered. So here's a replay. Barrios falling asleep and dropping his hands. Just an ugly moment for Barrios where he wasn't jabbing, he wasn't feigning, and he's been very defensively responsible all night with his hands up, and he just dropped his. What happened there, Sean, on that slow-mo?
Oh, man.
Just fell asleep at the wheel. It happens. Is it? You know?
I missed it.
Yeah, well,
I think he just.
No, not you, him.
Yeah, no. I'm saying, I think he was just open, a little open.
Yeah, thank you, bro.
A little more open than expected.
It was a little more. Say it again. A little more.
I think he was just a little more open than expected. Sometimes, you know, you get into autopilot and you don't slide out as much as you could have, should have. That's what it looked like to me. Looked like he tried to slide out and he was still just in range. But, you know, the thing for me now, Barrios, come out on that jab, keep that broomstick out there and keep like that right there. Keep that space, maintain that space, and get to the body. But you know.
So last round, 26-2, landed advantage for Ramos. Wow. Huge round for him. Barrios just trying to steady himself here early in the 7th round, backing up, giving a little bit of ground, but just stabilizing himself. Now he's getting back on his jab against Ramos. Hooks off the jab, works to the body of Ramos. Ramos stepping out of range to take some steam off those shots and then, you know, get back to cutting that distance against Barrios. 1-2 by Ramos off the mark, but trying to punch through the target there. Good left hook to the body by Ramos, and Barrios comes back, but Ramos beginning to get a better beat on Barrios a little bit, knowing when to step out and then step back in.
We just got a straight right hand to the body from Barrios, but that looked more of a desperation punch than just
A get off me
him.
punch? Or?
Yeah, like I gotta touch you.
Oh, looping right hand for Ramos, landing again, and Ramos is winning the first half of this round.
Yeah, and the difference is Ramos has worked the levels. He's worked up and down.
Barrios coming back with some shots. Good jab by Barrios. Good jab again by Barrios. But Ramos is staying in there now, whereas before that jab was making him take a step back. And he's staying in there. Barrios getting some good work done with Ramos staying in there. Blocks a big left hook from Ramos. Backs out of range again. Ramos staying on top of Barrios. Jab into the body.
I hate the guys that throw power punches from the outside.
Jab the body
and it's
again.
one power punch. You know, you got to set that stuff up. One punch
Thank
is
you,
not
brother.
going to do it.
Thank you.
I know
This
you
in a
got
minute.
stuck right
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Me and
Thank
Sean
you,
just
Marcus.
eating funny.
So, Barrios back near the ropes. Oh, just got out of the way of a right hand. Close round right now. Barrios gotten some work done, but I do feel like Ramos is a little bit ahead. Been on the front foot a little bit more. Yeah, he's taking some jabs, but good left hook to the body there by Ramos. Ramos loading up on his shots. Good now.
Got that confidence.
And Ramos tightening up defensively. Good head movement there by Ramos. Makes Barrios miss, roll to right hand, and then steps back in range. And now Ramos is the guy starting to drop that lead hand and get comfortable.
Getting that swag.
It's
Good
cool to be
jab to
comfy,
body.
but you still got to work.
You gotta work.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You still climbing uphill.
Yeah.
And you need to act like it, right?
You need to
Last
drop
10
it.
seconds. That's a close round. I think Ramos won that round. Even though some of those shots were blocked by Barrios, Ramos was punching with the kind of bad intentions that it's
That's a
having an
Barrios
impact
round to
around the
me.
guard. You thought Barrios won that round?
Yeah, you thought Ramos won.
Thought-
Who you think won that round?
Well, he
Barrios edged it out.
I know what you're talking about.
But you know what though? What I'm seeing, Abel confidence is up right now,
Yeah.
and he's dangerous when he's
You
coming.
gotta still work though. You gotta use it. You know what I mean?
Look,
He limited, but
Abel
we'll
is not
see.
the guy that's gonna win this on decision.
Yeah.
He's trying to knock Barrios out right now.
Matt says, if Barrios loses this fight, personally, Tank got some explaining to do about his resume.
I think most
Here's
people
the-
think Tank already got some explaining to do, right?
Yes, that would be, I think, the popular opinion. Here's the thing for Tank is when Barrios has won his title at welterweight and when Ryan beat Devin, ultimately it got overturned. But for the time period Ryan had a W over Devin, Gervante's fan base would be like, look how well his wins are aging. And it's like, yeah, but Ryan fought rehydrated at a strong weight. Barrios is winning this title, this WBC belt, at a weight where he's comfortable. You know, Barrios wasn't the guy at 140 that he is at 147. Ryan wasn't the guy down at 136 that Devin had to fight at 143. So, yeah, it still ages well, but only to a degree because Tank didn't fight the fully strong, rehydrated versions of Barrios and Garcia.
Yeah.
So,
Oh,
but Ramos is stepping in now, and that distance has been cut. He is not just getting his head pelted up by the jab anymore. He's stepping in a lot more at will. Jab is still landing for Barrios, but it's not keeping Ramos off. And Ramos is stepping into the body right now and investing in that body. He's still got 5 rounds to work with, including this round. So 1-2 by Barrios, back on the jab. But Barrios not landing and throwing with the kind of conviction right now that Ramos is. So Ramos has some momentum in this fight, but like Sean said, it's an uphill climb. He's got to keep this momentum going. And he's still getting touched. It's not like Ramos is all of a sudden starting to dominate the fight. Still getting touched on the outside, but his shots are heavier than Barrios's right now. Good jab by Barrios, keeping him on the outside, but back comes Ramos with a combination, and that double jab by Barrios sticking in Ramos's face, but again, not keeping him off in the same way it did earlier.
yeah. I was just about to say, if Abel ups his pace a little bit, he'll be able to land
Ooh,
more.
good. There's a good
on
jab.
Barrios.
Yeah.
Because of how that right there, he starts low and comes up. He works the levels well. He
Ooh.
just needs more work.
Good
needs
right
more
hand
work.
by Ramos. Ramos starting to sneak those shots in around the high guard more and more.
Barrios better be lucky Ramos not able to really put his punches together. He'd already
Good counter by Barrios. Ramos kind of reaching with that overhand right. Got countered by a two-piece. Back on the jab is Barrios. Hooks off that jab. Good left hook to the body by Ramos. Steps in. Back comes Barrios, but Barrios getting his left hook to the body, caught on the elbow. Ramos using his jab a little bit there. Steps in. They trade jabs. Sweeping right hand of the body by Ramos. And that finds the mark. Barrios a little less movement here. Getting cornered. Gets underneath the left hook, but the right hand behind it.
Winging that hook.
Yeah.
Ramos getting the better of that exchange. 20 seconds left in the round. Close round, but close round, and Barrios is still effective with the jab, but I'm giving this round to Ramos right now.
Yep. I got Abuelito this round.
I think the real estate of the fight has flipped a little bit. It's good right hand by Ramos. They trade at the bell, and I got a reaction from Barrios. He's hiding it well, but he felt that right hand. I got Ramos winning the last 3 rounds.
Last 3, huh?
I got this fight tightening up, man. 5-3, and with a knockdown on both sides, I got it 76-74 for Mario Barrios. I got this fight 5 rounds to 3.
Gotta make some deposits to the body, man.
No, well, you guys were asking Barrios to go to the body, but it's Ramos who's going to the body.
Exactly, and it's effective, and it's showing up.
So here's a replay. Short left hook for Ramos, clubbing right hand for Ramos, and a left hook getting blocked, but 2 of those 3 shots landing. They measures with the jab, shoots that right hand, beautiful trajectory to get it around that high guard. And Barrios is fading a little bit, and his demeanor isn't as confident, as spirited as it was in the earlier rounds.
Yeah.
And conversely, Ramos is more confident and more loose than he was in the earlier rounds.
Yeah.
So
Barrios, he's not broken, but at the same time, things just aren't going the way they were going before.
He needs a stand.
Those punches that weren't landing early, they're landing now. Yeah. And he needs to figure out a way to get away from the wide shots that Abel's throwing. Those are the ones that are landing. The hooks to the body, and then he brings it up. So
those level changes are giving him issues, Sean.
The level changes are giving him issues. And then that those hooks from both hands even, those are the punches that kind of go out of your peripheral and come back.
Right.
So it's like there's one more defensive move that needs to be made beyond keeping your hands at home.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, that's where, see, earlier you get credit for being fundamentally sound, but as the levels, like KP used to say, he says in a title fight, in a proper title fight, the levels are going to go up as the fight goes along. Yeah. And so as the levels have went up in this fight, earlier what was good enough for Barrios defensively is starting not to be good enough in spots. And that's that fundamental high guard. And this is where that sophistication, dropping the lead hand, having a shoulder roll, having some creativity with the upper body defensive maneuvers would help a guy like Barrios, but it's not really in his bag. And that's why I said before the fight, he's a solid, good champion, but not a special type talent fighter. But right now, it's a competitive 9th round, and Ramos, I think, is still slightly getting the better of it, and Barrios' face starting to bust up. Short left hook right here. Beautiful left hook to the body by Barrios. And back on the jab. Good left hook to the body there by Barrios. Straight right hand lands for Barrios.
Was that body shot an accident? Was that was that a body shot that he was intentionally throwing there, or was it just out of instinct the punch came?
Oh, good left hook by Ramos up top.
He need to accidentally do that again.
Yeah,
Ramos still on the front foot. Left hook, right hand by Ramos. Back on his jab, getting off first. Good little combination by Ramos. Barrios blocking everything and back on a shotgun jab. Lands that jab well. Double left hook by Ramos on the inside. Chopping right hand by Barrios. Good fight. Left hook to the body by Barrios. Both guys giving their best stuff now. And the 9th is heading into championship round territory. Good body shot by Ramos. Double left hook. That second left hook got in. Straight right hand by Barrios and another right hand. Barrios landed 2 right hands in combination, but Ramos is taking the power better. He steps in with a left hook to the body too. Ooh, short right hand to the body, sets up a left hook up top. Back comes Barrios with 2 left hooks though.
It's good
action.
Yeah.
Double jab by Barrios.
Really good boxing match.
Ooh, nice body.
Ramos with a low left hook to the body. That one was on the borderline a little bit.
Nice body.
Barrios picked it up here down the stretch, but Ramos landed just as good as him. And I gave it to Ramos because he. Is it fair when the punches landed are pretty close, but one guy is pushing the other guy back? And more effective. Yeah.
And it's visually more effective.
And it's not like Barrios is controlling him with that back foot movement. He's getting backed up.
Yeah.
He's not doing the matador. He's getting backed up. And Ramos, to my eyes, is landing the harder shots as the fight has went on. I still got Barrios clinging to a 1-point lead. But at the same time, it's not like Ramos is winning these rounds clear enough that he might be behind more than he thinks. He may not have tightened it up.
Yeah.
You know, some of these rounds I've scored for Ramos since the knockdown, they've been competitive rounds. It's not like he's walking over Barrios, but I do think since that knockdown, he's had the momentum. And
yeah, Barrios been staying on his jab, been having a nice jab, but I just don't think the jab is enough when you get hit with right hands like that, those hooks like that. I just think those are the more effective punches, which the judge is going to score the round for.
So people are asking to sync up. So right now, as I'm talking, it's the 10th round with 2:50 left in the round. So, or we'll make sure we're live still. That we're, because I think. Oh, are we behind? We're good, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we're good. We're live. We're on point. So we're 2:40 left in the 10th.
Oh, you. That's the delay.
Yeah. It's on there. So.
Not the TV.
Barrios is getting hit with that.
Barrios, and his face is busting up. And that's what happened to him against Fabian Maidana, too. And, you know, I've heard rough weight cuts. Even though he's up at welterweight, he's still a big guy. I heard those weight cuts can make it easier for you to swell up and cut up. Yeah, he is. Barrios' face really busting up in the 10th. Looping right hand hits Barrios again. Off the jab by Ramos. Barrios going to have to let his nuts hang to keep his title.
Yeah.
He's going to have to just start
just hanging them.
Exchanging and ripping. Yeah, it's time to fight. It's time to fight. You outboxed him early. He closed the distance. Now you're gonna have to fight.
Good body
Left
shot.
hook to the body by Ramos again. Right hand off the mark, but he has touched that body. Good right hand to the body by Barrios, but more of a get off me right hand to the body.
Abel seems like he's pretty heavy-handed. You know what I
Yep,
mean? Like
yep.
his punches have like some pretty significant effect when they land.
Barrios getting backed up, back on his jab as Barrios. Jab to the body by Barrios. Jab to the body again by Barrios.
Get to the 9th and 10th round and start going to the
straight
body.
right hand touches for Barrios. But Ramos is taking those shots really well right now and staying in range and knowing it's a matter of time before he gets his reply off. But good jab by Barrios, and that's what Ramos, if he loses this fight, it's moments like these that got it for him. Right hand lands for Barrios, walked Ramos into that a little bit. Ramos took the shot well. Barrios building a little bit of a rally here in the 10th. Left uppercut splits the guard for Ramos, but back comes Barrios with a combination. Now Barrios ripping a combination. Needs this 10th round. Blocks a looping right hand by Ramos, steps into the center of the ring, lets go of his jab, slips a couple of shots by Ramos, looping right hand off the mark for Barrios, keeps those hands high, bends down, leads with the left hook, it gets blocked by Ramos. Ramos steps in with 2 left hooks, back to the body with the jab as Barrios. 1-2 by Ramos blocked. 15 seconds left, close round. Barrios maybe doing enough to get around back his way. Yep, Ramos not working enough down the stretch of this round, and Barrios going back to getting off first. Good final minute for Barrios. Right hand lands at the bell for Ramos, but Barrios looked like he took some of the steam off of it. I'll give that round to Barrios, and that sucks for Ramos because that was the round that was going to tie it up on the cards, and instead he's down by 2 points on my card now with 2 rounds left. So a missed opportunity for Ramos, but the champion digging deep there a little bit. And Ramos a little slow off the draw in that last half of that round. Probably let that round get away from him. That's a pivotal one for Barrios if he's going to keep his title. And the chat agrees. They think Barrios edged that round. Yep. One angry casual said Ramos's round. Jetalock says, good ass fight, man. It is a good fight. It heated up down the stretch.
Yeah.
Once Ramos answered with his own knockdown, that's when shit heated up. So that's a pity round. Stop it, Sean. Maybe you're right. I don't, close round. It wasn't a dominant Barrios round, but I thought Ramos took his foot off the gas a little bit. And hey, Netflix gave it to Barrios, so come on. But nice double jab by Barrios, and now the blood is streaming from Abel Ramos's nose. So ebb and flows in a good fight. Momentum swings. Ramos finally backed Ramos out of the pocket a little bit again to start the 11th round. That jab is landing for Barrios. Barrios getting off a little bit more. Good jab by Ramos. Ramos trying to pull over the top of Barrios' jab, but Barrios able to block it.
I mentioned Abel putting the earmuffs on and just making the decision to go after Barrios. Now, I mentioned that. I think it was like round 4 or 5 when I mentioned that.
Yep.
But that's just me. I've always been the dictator in the ring. I'm not gonna let you walk all over me. List goes on. But he started this round with the earmuffs up like he was prepared to take over.
He's not doing it,
and he ain't doing it.
He's taking, so that step out of range is back again for Ramos. Mm-hmm. He wasn't taking that step out of range, and for that first half of this round, he did again.
This is what I want to see. This is what I'm talking about. Just walk this guy down and punch with him.
He's eating a lot of jabs this round.
He is. It's part of the game. Take one to get one.
Yeah, like you said, back to. Oh, good combination there by Barrios. Stepped in behind the jab and let his hands go sharp. And Barrios having a solid 11th round right now.
I feel like Mario's face is deformed after every fight.
It certainly it was deformed after Thurman. It was deformed after Maidana. It's gonna be deformed tonight.
It was deformed after Ugas too.
Was it?
Yeah.
Man, it's a skinny kid cutting a lot of weight.
Yeah.
Left hook to the body by Ramos. Ramos has to get some get back here in this last minute. He's been pelted with the jab on the outside. Hasn't been busy. Ramos trying to find the angle. Eats a little short right hand by Barrios. Barrios keeping him out with the jab, touching with the right hand, finishing with the jab. Touch left hook, back on the jab is Barrios, just letting those hands go, keeping Ramos occupied. And on the outside, jab to the body by Barrios, jabbing up top. Not all of them landing, but working as Ramos lets spots in the fight get away from him. Left hook gets blocked. Ramos bleeding from that left eye now. And now those clubbing shots from Ramos, Barrios able to catch him on the high guard. Barrios regaining his eyes a little bit there. Left hook right hand by Barrios. Blocks the right hand by Ramos. Good finish with a combination. And that was a good round by Barrios. And Ramos probably letting that fight get away from him now in those last 2 rounds. And
like he's fatigued.
Yeah. And he kind of fought like a guy that isn't meant to get over the hump. It was like that moment was coming. His rally was on point. Yep. He's building the momentum, and it's like, okay, Ramos, in rounds 10, 11, it's here. You tightened it up. You could actually win this fight. And it was almost like he went back to playing his part.
Mm-hmm. Like Sean said, if he was a little bit more unpredictable with his shot selections when he had him hurt, you kept throwing the same hooks. Why not? Hook, uppercut, left hook to the body. He could have stopped.
Show him, Marcus. Show him what he needed to throw.
When he had him hurt.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Hook, body, head,
Oh, okay.
Body, hook,
Sharpen it up.
Throwing the same
Rip.
shots, which was allowing Barrios really just to have simple defense by just keeping his hands up.
Right.
But if he would have mixed body, head, and kept the pressure going, you're the B side. You got the champion hurt. You have to get him out of there. You have the power to do it.
So now Netflix has same card I'd have, 105, 102 Barrios. So I think Ramos needs a knockdown here. Otherwise, Barrios was able to essentially start strong and finish strong enough to hold on to that belt. Looping right hand lands for Ramos. Barrios rolling some of it, but it got in. Barrios touching with that jab 2 or 3 times. Back on his jab, trying to keep Ramos at the end. Ramos, good double left hook. Steps in, but he gets backed out by that jab of Barrios. Barrios had an excellent jab tonight.
Yeah, that jab was nice.
Jab was won him the fight, really.
My man just threw a baseball. He said, yeah.
Ramos.
Yeah.
Don't count Ramos
Touching
out.
with the 1-2s is Barrios. Back near the ropes.
Ooh.
Left hook by Ramos. Getting in a little bit, but also caught on the right glove. Left hook to the body by Barrios and eats a short left hook inside by Ramos up top. Barrios backing away from a right hand from Ramos. Back on his jab is Barrios. 2 good jabs. Nice little right hand to the body by Ramos. About halfway, about a minute 35 left in this fight. And unless Ramos, on my card, can produce something big, even if Barrios loses this round, he's going to hold on to his title.
Barrios fighting this round like he think he needs this round. He's not
He's-
moving, trying to survive. He's fighting to win.
He's letting his hands go on the out.
Nice
not-
body.
Good. Yeah, that was like a right uppercut to the
Uppercut.
body. Yeah, and
Those
then
are shots he
that was
should've
by
threw.
Barrios.
Third, fourth round. It would have made this fight easier.
Ramos still on that front foot, trading jab with Barrios, trying to cut the distance, eating 2 jabs by Barrios, bleeding from his left eye. Barrios is swelled up and bloodied up. Ramos' face plenty himself, really mostly behind that jab.
Yeah.
Jab to the body, sets up a left hook up top and a jab from Barrios. Barrios catching the shots from Ramos, coming back with a quick right hand left hook counter and just jabbing that head up. Another jab by Barrios. Beautiful jab this round. Back to the body with a left hook. Barrios closing strong with 30 seconds left.
Oh my God, look at his face.
Oh, good combination on the inside by Barrios. And another combination. Barrios closing the show strong enough.
Nice.
Wow.
This is a Barrios round.
Abel with just not enough gas.
It was like sometimes I've seen this from veterans like Abel Ramos where it's almost like they wind up playing their part. It's like, oh, let me not get carried away here now and actually wait, like
Look at that face. God, dog.
Man.
good
He gotta
fight.
stop doing that.
Barrios,
Yeah.
He gotta stop doing that.
he's not beating Shawn Ennis.
No.
Who said he was?
Some people in the chat were trying to think he beats Ennis now.
No.
No.
Respect him, but it just
Yes. There's levels.
the kid got so much.
He's not beating
Yes.
Stanionis.
Ooh.
He's not beating Stanionis.
I don't know.
You know what? You
Stanionis
might be
the
right.
same guy.
Stanionis
No,
is sharper
I
than
just
him.
don't
So
know.
I myself has been in the ring with Imantas Stanionis when I
Okay,
was still
okay,
fighting at
okay.
147, and that's one of the, I don't want to say hidden gems or secrets because he hasn't had his time to really like
Prove it.
prove it because the fight with him and Virgil kept falling through.
Mm-hmm.
That's one guy, just like how Bakram just came out and surprised everybody. That's one guy you got to watch out for. Stanionis is really like that. And Barrios can't fight like this, which Stanionis has more power than Ramos does.
And again, guys, this is our guy Marcus Taylor, 17-1 middleweight. So he knows firsthand
I know firsthand.
exactly what he's talking about. Sparred with Stanionis. Stanionis is a sharper, more compact guy. I think he's a little faster than Barrios.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I know.
Speed.
I don't know nothing about it. It's Stanionis
strength?
in Montes.
You covered his you called his
I
fights
don't
on
know nothing
FS.
about it. In Montes Stanionis. That
Yes.
boy been out the ring so goddamn long.
He waiting on that fight, that Virgil fight.
You think he waiting on that?
Well,
I
not
don't know
anymore.
what
You know, Virgil went up, so now
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on. I know he has that WBA title. At
Shouldn't he
147.
be ready to move up to 54 at this point? Goddamn.
Matt Borgenson hits us with the chat and says, I'll give Barrios this. He gave us an incredibly entertaining fight on the largest stage possible. It can only bring him popularity.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No argument there.
Yeah.
And they gave Ramos the 12th. I thought Barrios definitely won the 12th.
Yeah.
Netflix gave. Who is Sean Wheelock?
Sean
We have
Wheelock.
two better Seans right here. Okay, no offense.
I work with Sean. Sean's a good dude.
Never
Good
mind.
dude.
I take it back.
I was happy to see him get this job tonight. He's been hustling. You agree with his scorecard?
Yeah, pretty much. I have it 115, 111 instead of 114, 112. I scored the 12th for Barrios. And apologies to Sean Wheelock. a better Sean than me.
Yeah, we gotta start winning with your face looking a little bit better.
All right.
You know what? He made this fight really hard. He waited to the 9th round to start hitting the body.
Yeah.
Let's see these scorecards over here.
We can't hear the winner, so y'all let us know.
Yeah. We'll know from whoever gets their arm raised. I can faintly hear it, so I can hear it.
Uh-oh. Draw.
114, 112 Ramos is the first card.
Draw.
Split. 116, 110 Barrios.
Split draw.
113.
Told you split draw.
A draw. Not a horrible call. Both guys went down once. You look at Barrios' face, it's hard to not say that Ramos wasn't in the fight having success too. And maybe the judges, some of those late rounds that I was given to Barrios and that Netflix gave to Barrios, judges might have, like, better be Evan Bivol. Okay, one guy is outlanding the other, but we feel like this guy on the front foot is the boss, and we're giving him more credit for that. Not a horrible call.
Not a horrible call. I feel like Barrios gave the judges a little reason, for that decision. It was no really huge separation after the knockdown. So, can't be mad.
So final punch stats, 279 out of 789 for Barrios and 204 to 753 for Ramos. But so Ramos outlanded by 75 shots, but a lot of that was probably the jab. Mm-hmm. Power punch connects were probably pretty even. And actually, Barrios had the edge in jabs by only 5. So, no, he outlanded him in power shots too. But again, it was the aggression of Ramos down the stretch that I think the judges gave him the benefit of the doubt in some of those rounds where Barrios was outlanding him, but wasn't the boss, was still getting pushed back. Body language matters too in fights. And if you look like you're fading, even if you are still holding on and winning some of those rounds, the judges feel like the other guy's coming on strong and you're fading. That kind of stuff can get to you. Netflix, by the way, brought up Abel Ramos's face name under Mario Barrios. Billions of dollars, but billions of dollar company, but still fucking up. Super chat, Matt Borges says they need to fire judges during events like the UFC. 116, 110, get him out of there immediately. That was the first thing Marcus said. Marcus said too wide when he heard 16-10 for Barrios. Yeah.
I know that Abel Ramos right now is beating himself up because he could have actually won his title.
I'm telling you, it's like
he could have upset this guy and won his title.
I've seen veterans like Abel Ramos do this many times. Like they challenge the younger champion, and then there's this opportunity in the heart of the fight that they can win it. They can go home champion, and it's almost like they're like, I'm not trying to do all that. I mean, I was just trying to show I'm a legit pro. And then
and when they rematch it, I feel like he's gonna either stop Abel. Or he's going to beat him up, he's going to beat him up worse than he did today. Abel had that opportunity during that round. He had him hurt.
He had it.
And he wasn't putting his punches together.
Good fight. Great fight,
though. Great fight. Entertaining fight.
Dear Oprah Goalie Clinic says, great call of the fight. Thank you, sir. I got my Roy Jones and Emmanuel Stewart right here. Jim Lampley in the building. Young Lampley.
Yeah, thanks for calling me, Emmanuel Stewart, and Sean Roy. Yeah, definitely.
Oh yeah, Emmanuel and Roy. Well, Sean loves Roy Jones as a commentator, so I thought I'd call him Roy Jones. Yeah.
I don't. I'm like, yeah.
We can have a disagreement, Roy, without having to throw a rant. Larry Merchant said, "You got me messed up."
I can see in his face. He know he messed up. A big opportunity. He's like, I knew I could have had that. Could have.
If you're Barrios, though, You walk out with your belt.
Yeah, Barrios
Walk
good.
out with your belt.
Barrios cool.
You walk out with the title.
He's walking out with a title, new fans, great fight. He's all right. Abel though, dude, that was your shot, bro. You had your shot.
Carson Merck is in this chat. We got Carson. Carson says Matt Borgeson, this guy is made of money. I know. He is the MVP. He is the MVP. Thank you, Matt Borgeson. And yes, he must be a baller. Shot caller.
Get out of his pockets.
With 20-inch rims on his Impala. Yeah, he has all of that. Yeah, he is.
You know, I'm from Houston, so that song right
He hit us with another T-Roy.
Yeah.
Such a good song.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was.
But it's got
that
to
was
be
Houston.
That's a Houston song,
way.
Yeah, let's do it.
Better way.
That thing was
With
clean right there.
with Youngster, featuring Youngster. I'm a baller.
Yes,
Yeah, that's a Houston.
Big
classic.
ballin', smashing, making my ends, smoking big killer, getting high in the bins, big ballin', smashing, making my ends. Look at love that song. So Matt Borgeson, right on cue, hits with another super chat just to show Carson what it is. That's it. Carson, you should be here. Matt Borgeson says, I speak for all of us that I'm very scared of the scorecards for Serrano versus Taylor. First fight, 118, 110 body, who was, an MVP fighter. And then Shadeja Green with the robbery, 116, 110, no. So Matt not feeling the judges tonight. And
Shadeja Green fought on the card.
She did. And won a title.
She's one of
MVP
his
fighter,
fighters.
yeah.
I forgot about that. And it said she actually lost.
It was a close fight. Netflix had it 6-4 for. I had to listen to it on the drive over here. So Matt, I didn't actually get to see Shadeja's fight, but I know how Shadeja fights, and I know the pace can be an issue for her as her fights go on, and kind of like Shushu. This wasn't a problem for Shushu tonight. Shushu looked good, but Shushu in his fight with Sagawa, he's like telegraphing the counter, the pull counter, and Shadeja will do that too. She'll start to come forward and almost beg you to give her something to shoot off of the counter, and the other fighter starts to anticipate that, so then the pace gets slow because Shadeja doesn't create, she doesn't get off first enough. So I'm not surprised that, but then when Shadeja does throw, she tends to be a lot cleaner than whoever the woman is she's fighting because her work is clean.
Yeah.
So I think that's why at the championship level she's having these close, controversial fights because her work is cleaner than the other girls, but she doesn't work a lot sometimes. So you're forcing the judges to pick between the cleaner, less consistent work of Shadeja or the more consistent but not as sexy work that these girls are fighting. Like that's how Franchon Cruz the Zern beat her. She didn't out sharpshoot Shadeja. She just out hustled her. So, but yeah, also Sean, you stepped out earlier when we were talking about Katie and Amanda. Amanda has the promoter on her side this time. And the first time they fought, it was an Eddie Hearn show. So now it's a Jake Paul show.
Wait, what?
So the first time Serrano and Taylor fought,
that was an Eddie Hearn show.
that was they were the lead promoter.
Yeah.
And now this time, it's on Jake Paul's show.
Yeah.
So here's Nikisa Bardarian. This guy kind of gives me a bad vibe.
That's
Jake
Jake's
Paul's
guy,
man.
right?
He gives me a bad vibe.
Yeah, we've spoken before. He didn't.
Of course, he's nice to you, Sean.
No. But you know me, man. I read people.
You do.
He didn't. I didn't have anything.
You don't have anything with anybody. You know everybody loves Sean. Everybody likes Sean. But normal assholes like me can find something not to like about people like him. You know, that's why. Yeah. That's why. So, yeah, so Amanda wins. What's good, chat? Gustavo Fontalba, GDDD, Chip Skylar, Blueprint GB, and of course Carson. Carson left. Carson, let us know you're still here, brother.
He's been texting me too.
Carson's texting. Okay, good. I just want to know that he's with us in spirit. Alec Villa. Carson, who do you have tonight? Can you please let us know in the chat?
I hate that question for this night.
I know, right?
Who do you have?
Okay, well then give us how ugly does this reflect on society then, Carson? Just give us something in the chat, Carson. So Matt Borgeson says, is Evander
Carson don't care about society.
I know he doesn't. He cares about the Guardians, soccer, his new awesome baby,
Cavaliers.
the Cavaliers,
And Shawn Porter.
and Shawn Porter. Is Evander Holyfield versus
He's
Vitor?
like, not.
He says, I have the Are they 14-0? Last I saw them, they were 8-0, and all I could think was Carson must be very happy. And now they're 14-0. Sean, did you know they're 14-0?
Yeah.
They're like the Broncos in 1998.
Carson
like,
keeps me up on everything. And our other guy.
look, they call Kate Scott because she married Malik. Okay, I was about to say they effed up and didn't call her Kate Abdo, but so Serrano's the favorite, Sean.
Of course she is.
See, I'm finna be right.
What you got?
I got Serrano. Yes. Let's go. Oh, dismissive with it.
Yeah.
You shrugged it off.
Yeah.
No, you're not. So Matt Borgeson, who is made of money, hits us. He hits us with the. Oh, thank you for the super chat. GOTE. Matt Borgeson said, "Is Evander Holyfield versus Vitor Belfort the blueprint for how we should see this fight with Tyson and Jake Paul going?" I think Sean's going to reveal the script to us just before main event time, but that's after the main event?
Yeah.
Because it's going to play out the way the script that you have is, and you only want to reveal it after it plays out exactly.
You're using the word script. And
sorry. Never mind.
I didn't really want people to feel like, this thing scripted, anything like that.
Got it.
I like using that
script
that
as in prediction. The prediction.
I like using that terminology.
Okay.
For a moment there, it looked like Abel wasn't following the script, but essentially he followed the script.
Got it. You don't mean literally.
Yeah.
Got it. Got it. I thought it more sensational if it was literally, so I had them think that. But I think so I'll give my early pick on Jake Paul, Mike Tyson. I'll repeat it before the main event when more people are here in the chat. But my pick is Jake Paul. I think Tyson comes out and tantalizes people, teases them with this beautiful moment they're hoping for. I think the peekaboo's on point early, and Tyson comes out with steam. And then I think Paul is timid early in this fight. I think he has to, all Mike Tyson fights feature the most clinching you'll ever see, and I think tonight will be no different. Mm-hmm. Jake Paul will be holding on for dear life. He won't really be stepping into his jab early on. But just when Mike starts to get a little bit of that wind out of the sails, I think that's when Jake will start to make his move. And I think that I got some cruel irony for you folks. It was Mike Tyson who made famous the saying, everyone has a plan till they get punched in the face. I actually think that works against Mike Tyson tonight. I think the pads don't hit back, and I suspect his sparring partners haven't really been trying to hurt him. They're just happy to be getting a check and be in there with Mike. And I think that, unfortunately, as much as we love Mike Tyson, he folded in some of his big fights. And I wouldn't be surprised if he goes from having that steam early to once Jake hits him with the first solid shot and fatigue starts to set in, that's when you see the old man that wants to go home show up. And I think Jake possibly wins this fight by a stoppage, not a knockout. I don't think he's 10 counting Mike Tyson at any age, but I think he could stop a fatigued and damn near 60-year-old Mike Tyson. Yes, that would be my pick. Pray to God I'm wrong. Well, I won't literally pray to God. I'll save those prayers for more important matters, but you get the point. Like, I hope Tyson wins, but that is my objective analysis. For about 2 rounds there, Mike is going to be having the world on fire, thinking they're about to get that viral moment everybody's hoping for. And then the cruel reality of age and all this stuff is going to set in.
Can't say script.
Yeah, script, whatever. Yeah. So George with the super chat says, Ryan Garcia KOs Barrios in 3 and KOs Brian Norman Jr.? I don't know.
What?
Let Ryan actually make the 140-pound limit. Let him pass a drug test. And then maybe those things could happen, but I don't think he KOs Barrios in 3. I think he beats Barrios because he's just more gifted by far.
Sometimes Barrios' defense is not all the way there. he just saw.
He just doesn't have Ryan's talent.
Yeah, like you said, nice technical fighter.
Yes, probably more technically sound than Ryan in some ways, but
like you said, on that level later on in the fight, you got to be more than
that.
Yeah, it got to be other things that help you out. Are you gonna go to the body? Are you gonna break them down? Are you gonna, just show more? When it comes to offense and defense.
Sean, what do you think? Would Ryan Garcia beat Mario Barrios and Brian Norman?
Brian Norman, I think, would be the tougher opposition of those two names. Mario still brings high quality to the game, and I'm a big believer in his coach,
Bob Santos,
and I think that what we saw in the Devin Haney fight, I don't think that's what we can label Ryan Garcia to be. Same thing
That's what
as
I'm getting at.
His fight with Tank. We can't label him to be a quitter.
Right.
And I said this the other day, like, instead of looking at Ryan like he quit, why don't y'all look at Tank like he made him quit? Because this is boxing. None of us quit. Like, I'm going to quit if I got a reason to quit. He gave him a reason to quit. You know what I mean? I myself have been through plenty, and I've seen fighters been through plenty, and they could have quit. He quit because he knew that dude got something for me if I don't get up out of here. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So all that being said, though, I would say, if anything, you could say he's in between those two.
Yes,
he's good with the good. He's maybe iffy with the elite. However, we saw with another elite guy that he was lights out. But what I said before that fight, he might be able to pull back on something that he did as an amateur.
He might have his number from the amateurs.
And he knew that hook was going to land. And it ended up just being what it was, Outside of the hook landing, it wasn't like, he got outboxed a lot in that fight. He got outlanded and things like that. But then he made the big, those big punches landed. Or those big punches landed.
He never recovered.
Yeah.
And he never recovered.
Yeah. So, I'm sorry, saying all that to say, I think even the fight with Barrios is a good competitive fight, a good fight that I actually will want to see.
I love that fight because it's like, okay, you talk about you're not able to get down to 40, fight at 47. You're strong. Barrios is strong, and Barrios has something you don't. You have something Barrios doesn't have: ridiculous talent and marketability. He has something you don't have. Legitimacy, because he's won a title. And even though he won a vacant title and whatever, however he got the title, he won the title. And if it's so easy to get a title and there's 4 belts in every weight class, then how come Ryan, with all his talent, hasn't won one yet? So I'm like, go get you a title. Go fight Barrios. It's a winnable fight. You're more talented than him. He's probably a little more natural at welterweight, but you look pretty damn good at 143. I don't see why you can't look good at 147.
Yeah.
I think he beats Barrios. And the Norman fight, it's not really fair to assess because we don't know what a 140-pound Ryan Garcia who passes his drug test looks like. Does the Ryan that weighs in at 143 and pops for Osterine, does he beat Brian Norman? Very well does, but that's not a fair judgment to go up against a clean 140 Brian Norman, I got to see what a Ryan Garcia making the 140-pound division and everything on the up and up. I got to see if he's the same guy that fought Devin Haney in April. If he is, then he could beat anybody at 140. He could beat Teofimo. He could be, but I can't just give him that. Yeah. He's got to do the right thing. And
that's a tough challenge for Ryan Teo.
Tough challenge for Teo too, though. Teo with those you rely, using the reflexes, the lead hand down. He's gonna get clipped by Ryan too. Man, that's a great fight.
A lot of good fights to be made, man.
So
and win, lose, or draw, keep going and keep fighting. Make your money. You know what I mean? Like that's what I'm trying to advocate for this sport. Pay these guys so they can get in the ring, so that they can have the big fights that they want to have, and they can move on and live the life that they want to live.
And fans get what they want to.
Yeah, when you hear a Tank Davis talking about he want to retire in like a year or two, something like that, he ain't got time to waste.
Yeah,
I think I've been wanting that to be the adjustment in boxing for about 10 years now, 15 years. The adjustment being the days of fighting 100+ fights like Sugar Ray or even what Canelo's doing now, 60, 70 fights, like they're probably a thing of the past for good. Yeah. So what you should do, and Andre Ward's commentating right now, and I think Andre set the blueprint, which is, retire with all your faculties, but retire after putting in some work. I think Andre really is the blueprint in a lot of ways, where you step away in your mid-30s, not your late 30s, not your early 40s. Step away in your mid-30s where, you still got something, you still got it, but you're walking away on your terms. Yeah. But you fought the meaningful fights. Yeah. And he could have fought Adonis Stevenson and maybe stick around and fight better Evan Bivol. But I mean, he fought Kovalev, he fought Chad Dawson, he fought Abraham, Mikkel Kessler, Carl Froch. Basically, the blueprint is get your quality work done and get out of there in time. Yeah. Don't let the game retire you. Yeah. There's got to be a compromise. Yeah, there's got to be a compromise. You can't have 100 fights like back in the day. So if you're only going to have a 35, 40 fight career, make them count. Once you get to that level, do your thing at that level, and then walk away on your terms. But basically quality over quantity. Instead of having a 25-year career where you fight past your prime, retire closer to in your prime, but make sure you got the ones that matter and I think that's the blueprint.
I was trying to hurry up and get undisputed and get on top before Canelo retires. I wanted to hit Canelo before he went out, man.
Who doesn't, right? I mean, who doesn't want that opportunity?
I'm gonna make it there in time, but man.
Let me scroll down.
Cool.
Just to share the ring with him.
Just to get that.
So, GOTE with a super chat said, ask Sean P. Linares through that Haney fight, right? Bringing back some old.
No, I didn't. That's not what I was insinuating. Wasn't insinuating that he threw the fight. I didn't think that he threw the fight. I simply was saying that I thought that he could have done more, and he just didn't. What I probably didn't. Hey, Pooh Bear. What I probably didn't take into consideration is the mileage that Linares had at that point. Probably just he didn't have that in his gas tank the way I thought that he could and should have. And that's it. He didn't throw the fight or anything like that.
Had enough at whatever age it was, late 30s, to create that moment, but not enough to follow it up thereafter. Yeah. And then Matt Borgeson again, hitting us with a super chat, says, I'm scared that we're going to see a Joe Smith Jr. versus Bernard Hopkins moment. It's in play, unfortunately.
Yeah, we was just talking about that
earlier. Yeah. And all of you, not you in the chat, because our chat is like a high boxing IQ chat, but
should I?
All of the world consented to it. I have an excuse. Me and Sean and Marcus, we have an excuse. When Kid Austin is fighting Rene Tellez Giron, we're there. When Conor Benn fought Pistol Pete Dobson at 2:00 in the afternoon, we were there. We covered it. We were there. So, of course, we're going to be here when it's this. But for everybody else who only flocks to this level of entertainment when it's something like this, what's your excuse, man? You're the one I get to point the finger at. So, Cedric the Entertainer. Everybody knows that Cedric the Entertaining is not entertaining. like Cat Williams said. Yeah, is it? He's not funny. And everybody knows he's not funny.
Have you seen him stand in front of a crowd and make them laugh?
Yeah, that's
what stand-up comedy you tell me.
I have 15 specials on Netflix. Cedric the Entertainer has none. He's okay, let me stop before. So, let me see. Matt, again, thank you, brother, says, call me crazy, but I think Brian Norman is the best fighter at 47 right now.
Crazy.
Ooh, now I feel dumb. Why did I say he was champ at 140 when I was there when he knocked out Santillan in San Diego? Yes, he is the WBO welterweight champ. I don't know why. Yeah. Norman the best fighter at 147? If he really thought that, I like Brian. Shout out to him and his dad. But if he really thought that, wouldn't they have taken the $1 million+ to actually fight Jaron Ennis to prove they're the best welterweight in the world?
Yeah.
Right? If he was really that guy, wouldn't he have been fighting Jaron?
I
And
took that. I mean,
career high
it was
payday.
actually raised up to like what 2.1 or something.
It was
like that.
I think it was raised as high as around 2.5.
2.5,
But I'm gonna
yeah.
say $1 million because I understand he's got to pay this guy and that
Yeah,
guy and this
yeah.
guy. So he's probably walking away with close to $1 million.
I think his dad wanted him to walk away with $2 million, and that just wasn't gonna happen. Like you wasn't gonna get 3.6 million, so your son could walk away with 2.
What's up, Dig?
Right. And they,
What's up, Diglett?
Biggie.
okay, so super chat by Kobe says, instead of complaining, the sport of boxing needs to learn how to capitalize from these Jake Paul events and find a way to piggyback to stand on his shoulders. I hear what you're saying, Kobe, but I have to complain. I'm sorry. It's hard to unpack when we're calling the fights, but it's a deeper societal. This is a symptom of societal culture in decline, all that kind of stuff. It's kind of too deep to unpack all on a boxing live, but I'll just leave it at that. Like it's deeper than boxing. The complaining that I'm doing, that's what I'm getting at. You know, like there was people noting that when Paris Hilton became famous, Kim Kardashian. These are people that are before fame was a product of greatness. And Jake Paul, while he can fight a little bit and he, you know, he's got, you know, huevos and everything, but he's essentially like a Paris Hilton, a Kim Kardashian, kind of famous for being famous. And that's a symptom of where society's at. Before, in order to be famous, you had to be Charles Lindbergh or like, you know, you Harriet Tubman or Abraham Lincoln or John F. Kennedy or Muhammad Ali, or like you had to be someone or do something great, and that's why you're famous. Not a clout chaser that just because, you know, because that's what Jake Paul is. He's a clout chaser. And what I'm saying is you're right. Like in today's society, you are, if you want to make money, you are best advised to take a page out of Jake Paul's book. But I'm indicting society for that being the case. What does that say about society that kind of stuff is what you have to do to get ahead? Whereas 40 years ago, you just had to be Sugar Ray Leonard and win a gold medal and be great, and that, you know, have a good smile, you know. But
Have some real
what's up, Tiki?
How you doing?
Sorry. I hope I made sense there, Kobe. That's what I was
I
getting
just
at.
heard you talking about presidents and stuff, and I was like,
Well, I gotta get deep to unpack the complaining that he says I'm doing. He's saying, why don't you, instead of complaining about it, why don't boxers incorporate more of what Jake Paul does to get more notoriety? And I'm saying,
yeah, I mean that's what I said earlier.
You did.
Learn from it.
okay. What's up, Tiki? How you doing? Good to see you.
I'm gonna go shower.
Okay.
That's cool.
Yeah, I got everybody. What about men's Bible
Be on the
study?
move.
What'd you say about men's Bible study? No.
What's up, Diggs? Challenger School in the house.
Should I
Sorry, because my son. Sorry, but
pick them up, please? No. Here, bring him to me.
Matt Borgeson says it's crazy to him that they have Rosie Perez and not Showtime Sean P as one of the announcers tonight. She doesn't even watch boxing. Rosie does watch boxing.
Rosie does.
She does
Rosie
watch
tweeted
boxing.
me.
She tweeted you.
Rosie tweeted during the Paul Pro fight that I really won. Shout out to Rosie Perez. I actually showed you that, Sean. Remember?
Yeah.
She actually is a big boxing fan, and she's been for a long time.
And she just followed me on Twitter this week, Matt.
Y'all gotta. How do y'all keep missing this? This ain't what we watch on Saturday nights and on Friday nights. It's a little bit different. So they're going to cater
To that audience.
to that. Relax, y'all. People keep asking me, "Who you got who you got tonight?" Who do you got? Just watch it. What do you mean? Who do I got? It's a 2-minute round, wearing 14-ounce gloves. Just watch what they're gonna do. Relax. We'll get back to the real stuff like next week, right? It's a real boxing.
Tomorrow, Zerto fights Chris William Smith. Riyadh season. No, thank you though, Matt Borgeson.
Who's gonna win? The Rock
All right.
or Triple H?
The Rock and Triple H,
Triple H.
because he always got to win on some BS. So I don't.
Or like
They always had
Undertaker always wins. Nobody ever beats the Undertaker.
At WrestleMania, yeah.
Yeah.
So, man, they let Triple H beat The Rock too much.
Yeah. You know who they let beat The Rock too much?
Who?
Stone Cold Steve Austin. He was never able to beat Stone Cold.
Yeah, really, he wasn't. You're right. Only time he beat him was the last match, but it wasn't for the title.
Yeah.
See? Oh, yeah, it wasn't for the title.
wasn't for the title.
Yeah, it wasn't for the title. Hey.
But that match was the first time that wrestling actually had all access. Remember they did the all access to Rock training?
Yeah,
Austin training?
yep.
They built that fight like a boxing.
Like a fight, yeah. All 3 fights were great. I'm going to call them fights. They were wrestling, yeah. WrestleMania 15, 17, and 19, yeah. Yep.
Good time.
Kobe, thank you for the super chat, says, growing up, you had to be great at something tangible. Today's, the intangibles matter, but the most consistent part of life is it's inconsistent. It'll return. Gotcha. Pendulum swinging. You see that in politics and in, everything. Like, we got excitement. We got excitement for Taylor versus Serrano II.
Out of here.
We got.
You guys, no screaming, or you're gonna have to leave.
So Netflix just went offline. We're good. We still got ours. We're still good. So here comes. It is getting a little shaky though. Here comes Amanda Serrano, 8-division champ, undisputed featherweight champ, one of the great Puerto Rican fighters in Puerto Rico's history.
That's what I'm talking about. Not just one of the great female boxers, like one of the like when you talk about Puerto Rican boxing, not just one of the great Puerto Rican female boxers, one of the great Puerto Rican boxers.
Period.
Man,
Period. Yeah.
Period. That's clean right there.
Yeah.
Man.
When I seen her
That's what I'm
record,
talking about.
47-2-1, I thought to myself, she has 50 fights. Wow.
Yeah. And 30 knockouts, which is super rare in women's boxing to have that knockout percentage she has. Just me, chat. Once the fight starts, may the best woman win. I think it's Serrano's night tonight. And Donald Trump may have gave her the last bit of motivation she needed, calling Puerto Rico the island of God. That might have been enough to give Serrano that little something extra.
The island of what?
Donald Trump he didn't, but some guy at his rally, comedian at his rally, may have given Amanda just that last bit she needed to get over the hump against Katie Taylor.
What do you call it? The island of what?
It was the guy was he was kidding but people thought it was in bad taste. He said the island of Puerto Rico is literally floating garbage right now because it's not exactly respectful, but I guess he's a roast comedian or whatever. He was at the Tom Brady roast and everything, but anyway.
Who was it?
What's his name? Do you know his name, Marcus?
I forgot his name.
What's his name, chat? Who was the comedian?
The white guy with the long hair?
No, he doesn't have long hair.
Okay.
We got some Puerto Rico flags in the house. Let's see.
No.
Saying, "Damn, Sean, you voted for Kamala." I didn't vote for anybody. I don't vote. So I didn't vote for anybody. You could all be mad at me, both sides.
Lord, don't say it out loud. Right. Don't say it out loud. You're going to get even more if you say it out loud.
Yeah.
His name was Tony Hinchcliffe.
Tony Hinchcliffe. Okay, Tony Hinchcliffe. Thank you, Steve. My boy Steve. Love you, Steve. It's my boy in the chat from high school. My brother.
You got friends from high school?
Still got a couple. Like one. Steve's the last one. Steve's the only one that's still my friend from high school. So, see, he's a dope friend. He's in the chat.
Pretty much all my friends that I have are from high school.
His name, it was actually Richard Pryor, says someone in the chat. Yeah, it was Richard Pryor who did the joke. Yeah, they got the hologram of Richard Pryor.
The hologram, right?
It was Cedric the Entertainer.
Real thing? Hologram?
I only saw the Tupac hologram for 12 years ago at Coachella. And Louis Armstrong and Vanilla Sky. You never saw Vanilla Sky, huh, guys?
That's what's his name? That's
Tom Cruise. Looked
Yeah.
like Tom Cruise on
And what's her
Vanilla Sky.
name? And,
Penelope
Cameron-
Cruz.
Oh, Penelope?
Yeah.
Not Cameron? Okay.
Yeah, they got Cameron Diaz is in it. Yep. We were about to say Cameron, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Cameron Diaz is in it.
I thought so. Yeah, I'm familiar. You know I'm a movie guy.
Oh, Kobe. No, Kobe. I was being funny. I didn't think you were saying I was complaining, but I am one of the said complainers, so I took it. I said, I just appreciate the support, Kobe. You're good. You can call me a complaint. If I get whiny, I'm not gonna lie. I get on that soapbox. That's what I do. So here comes Katie Taylor. Katie Taylor to the ring. You know, I'd like to know. It's Marcus's cousin. Here's her cousin right here. So we may have a little bias here.
Marcus Taylor.
Blood
Katie Taylor,
cousin.
It's my cousin.
Yeah, blood.
No, you see the resemblance.
Yeah, I do.
Don't act like you don't.
I do. Once you said it, it was obvious. But Katie Taylor, you know, I'd like to know who Caitlyn. She can't just be a humble, meek girl with little to say. I wonder what Katie Taylor is like if you know her. She's one of these classy, like this is how the old school athletes were. They were classy and they would engage with you, but they kept you behind a wall. You didn't really, they didn't let you in really. They'd be classy with their answers, gentlemanly, but
When I met her, she was a freaking sweetheart.
yeah. And I know she is that. I'm not saying that's not who she is,
Yeah.
but she's got to have more to her
Yeah.
than just the hello, nice to meet you.
I'm
Yes,
not
yeah.
gonna give it all to you.
No, but
Who that?
Katie.
Miss Taylor.
Yeah.
Miss Taylor be alright. Do you have a plug for this?
Oh no, not in this. These are only USB-C. Yeah.
got you. He said something too. He's like,
Can we see one of these women get KO'd? That's gonna be hard. They both in 2-minute rounds with people that got a lot of heart and experience. It won't be. If anyone gets stopped, I think it's Taylor. But I don't think she gets stopped.
my cousin?
Yeah. Serrano's the puncher here.
Yep, she is.
Got some Ireland flags in there. Steve Nito, big time Irish guy. He's Mexican. I'm just kidding. But he threw up an Ireland flag in there.
Man, this production, this ring walk is like,
Yeah,
ooh, I'm not gonna lie.
it is. But the stream's cutting out because so many people are on this streaming it.
Yeah.
That's crazy. So here we go. Here comes Katie to the ring. 38 years old, Katie Taylor. Undisputed lightweight champ, undisputed super lightweight champ. Got Eddie Hearn walking in her behind her. Eddie Hearn right now has a lawsuit out on Jake Paul. So he hasn't been, so Eddie Hearn originally tried to, Katie, my wife asked how do both fighters look coming to the ring. They both look ready to go. Katie's got a good sweat broken up. She's locked in, ready to go. Serrano, a little looser, but Katie bringing a lot of intensity to the ring. Whereas Serrano, they're both equally as confident, two different demeanors. Taylor, very intense. Serrano, more confident, a little loose. Yeah. Both good mindsets heading into a fight. You know, can't go wrong with either one. But that's the contrast there. Serrano, a little more loose, a little more confident, and Taylor, a little more intense and locked in. Yeah. So both can get the job done. Both of those mentalities, right?
Yeah.
So we'll see. So who just I was gonna answer something and then I trailed off into it. My fault. But let's see. So all right, rematch time set to go. Is Katie Taylor the Caitlin Clark of British boxing? She kind of is. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, that's a good one, Tony Yayo. Except that Caitlin Clark is only in her about to head into her second season. Katie's a lot more accomplished as a professional in her field than Caitlyn is, but Caitlin's probably gonna do all that in the WNBA too, you know. So yeah, good. No, it's a good comparison. So even Barstool Presidente Portnoy is trashing Netflix. Yeah, Dave Portnoy is an untouchable. He could talk about anybody. Brandon Watson, is that our guy Brandon? Brandon and Marcus Watson? So tell Showtime Sean P. Lorraine loves him. I will tell him as soon as he's back in here. So, all right, let me start a poll here. Who do we got? Let's get to who wins this rematch. Taylor-Serrano. Boom. All right, you want me to get... Ooh, I won't even go there. I won't even go there. I'll just call this fight. So, Serrano getting her introduction. Both fighters got a good sweat warmed up, not going in there cold. And Serrano looks very confident, very loose, very confident. She looks like, I'm going to get this bitch tonight. That's what she looks like to me a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm getting her tonight.
Yeah. She looks really confident.
Taylor, intense.
She looked focused.
Focused, yep. Which demeanor do you like better? I like both. They're different, but both good demeanors.
I like both of them. It's hard to choose one. I like when someone's confident. I like when somebody's focused. Like, look at her eyes.
Katie got a great game face. That's when that nice little Irish girl kind of disappears and that intense fighter comes out. And yeah, Katie Taylor literally is the girl next door in Ireland. I think that's her appeal to Ireland. Yeah. Ireland's a very conservative, religious country. They've had war over Catholics versus Protestant Christians. So either side of the aisle you grow up on, you're growing up very with old school religious values. And I think that's part of why, like I was saying earlier, she don't say too much. She just keeps it polite and courteous.
They are some dogs and they are some fighters.
Yes, they're scrappers in Ireland.
Connor.
Yeah.
And McGregor, like, they fight. They're some fighters.
Serrano, very confident at that stare down. Taylor. It says, ooh, man, they both look ready to go.
Serrano looks so confident.
She
man.
does.
I ain't gonna lie.
She does.
She look like she got this in the bag.
So I got Transformer for the boys on Paramount. Thank you, Chip. Okay, do your thing. Put it on for the boys. So here we go. Round 1 set to start in this rematch for the undisputed super lightweight titles between Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano. And let's see if they pick up where they left off. We'll see if Serrano can cut the distance in quicker fashion than she had to. Right now, Taylor holding her ground a little bit to start. We got a little bit of buffering issue. So we'll get right back to this as soon as we can. But come on, Netflix. Come on, Netflix. You had to be prepared for this. You knew everybody was going to crash the stream. Ooh-wee. Tony Ayo said, please don't buffer Netflix. That's exactly what they're doing. Yeah. Stream is Michael buffering. Angry Casual fan says, Amanda had the duck lips out. She wins. Okay, here we go. All right. We might be a little behind because it did buffer, and now we're back. But Katie fainting, kind of like you see, even though, you know, Katie's got that Irish background, a little bit of what you see from the Ukrainians with that liveliness in her feet and fainting a couple times before she lets a shot go. Lead right hand by Katie Taylor. Serrano staying in front of her. Taylor not giving away too much ground early on. Now she moves out to her right. Measuring, bouncing and feigning. Straight right hand by Taylor. Serrano a little bit too slow to land that counter left to the body. Now Serrano gets her into the corner and lands a right hook. Good right hook by Serrano, and Taylor clinches her and turns her. But Serrano got in that right hook and she lands the jab. And Taylor's back in the center of the ring trying to walk her into the hook, but Serrano got off a good right hook there a minute into the round. Serrano looking to apply that pressure. Picks her hands up, bats down the jab from Taylor, and lets go of a lead straight left hand. 1-2 by Serrano. Taylor backing away in the corner. Taylor lands a lead left hand, but a little bit of a get off me punch from Taylor. Not stepping into the shots just yet. Taylor lets go of a combination, but inaccurate there. Serrano moving her upper body, gets her in the corner now, measures. Ooh, good right hand by Katie. Taylor walked Serrano into it. Serrano trying to open up with the hook, and Taylor punched inside with that right hand, swept it a little bit.
Was it the counter or was it
Counter, yeah, good counter right hand by Taylor.
a couple counters here and there?
Yeah.
Yep.
15 seconds left in the round. Left hand lands on the chest for Serrano. Backing Taylor up, but 10 seconds left. Serrano shifting her upper body a little bit. Left hand lands for Serrano, and it knocks Taylor into the ropes.
Oh!
And Serrano hurts Taylor, and that does it for the first round.
Oh, she bumped her off too.
Like your man said, a quicker start for Serrano where she closes the gap a little sooner and sets the tone by hurting Taylor in round
You
one.
can tell Taylor is trying to win the cleaner fight, clean cut. That's why she's countering. Serrano is trying
Throwing
to
heat.
hold out.
She gonna be able to have that second,
Yeah.
second gas, like that second. Okay, I
Yeah,
ain't mad
yeah,
at it, man. I ain't mad
10-9,
at it.
10-9 Serrano.
For sure.
And she landed a right hook earlier in the round, too, that got Taylor's attention, but it was that left hand that knocked her into the ropes.
And she was winning up until that. That right hand, counter right hand, was winning her the round.
Sweeping left hand.
Right
nice
on the
left
chin.
hand. Knocked her into
my
the...
gosh. Oh.
And
Oh,
her
she was
legs.
hurt.
He's hurt.
She
yeah.
was hurt.
She was hurt.
I think, yeah.
That next left hand was off the mut. Ooh.
That
She
left
was in
hand
Desperado mode right there.
She was hurt.
buckled Taylor with that left hand.
Oh my God.
All right. Round two.
These women are squabbling harder than the men these days. Oh my God.
Serrano on point in that first round. Blocking the jab of Taylor a little bit, fencing with her. Southpaw versus orthodox. Netflix gives the first round to Serrano. Hard not to give it to her. Definitely won it. Serrano measuring with the lead hand, backing Taylor up a little bit. Taylor blocks the left hand, but Serrano closing that gap, backing her into the corner, and good timing by Serrano there.
She still got the speed, yeah.
Yeah, good timing by Serrano. Landed a right hook in between Katie, flurrying. Katie, good left hook. Good left hook by Katie Taylor.
Ooh.
Good right hand by Katie Taylor. Serrano's going to get hit coming forward like that.
And a trailing jab.
Good left
right
hook by
there.
Taylor, and then Taylor
So
ties
a
her
lot of
up.
work from Taylor right there.
Good work
Yeah.
by Katie Taylor.
Work.
Taylor bouncing straight back. Able to pull out of range from a couple of shots from Serrano. Ties Serrano up. Back in the center of the ring.
I'm not answering any questions. Somebody just text me, Mike versus Paul. Give me some insight. You ain't talking about that. I'm just gonna watch it. Just watch it.
Look like
Referee
Taylor
breaks
trying
him
to
up.
Box, land clean shots. Serrano trying to land hard shots.
Yeah.
Taylor flurrying, getting
It's
quicker
about the
hands.
knockout for Amanda, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Serrano just trying to close the distance, make her shots count. Big left hand misses for Serrano. Taylor ducks underneath it, turns her back into the center of the ring. 30 seconds left. A Taylor round right now. Straight right hand for Taylor.
See, this is what I thought we would see from Katie, being able to just control the distance and catch her coming in. So, more of a Katie Taylor round.
Taylor is winning this round, but still not, even though she's going to win this round, it's not as effective a round as she was winning early in the first fight.
And Serrano is like literally just a swing away.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm impressed with both. I mean, I was impressed
1-1.
with this fight. I'm impressed with this one.
Man,
1-1.
Serrano has got to stop wearing these heavy Jordans in the fights.
Yeah,
She
they have.
does this all the time.
I'm watching them and I'm thinking to myself, like, did you get some special Jordans made for boxing?
You remember those sixes?
Had to have.
Those denim sixes
Everybody,
she wore?
yeah.
They were so hit.
The 6 rings? Or
sixes,
she wore the
no, she
Jordan
wore
6s.
retro
Oh, that's
sixes.
right. Yeah.
denim. And I was like, what are you thinking
So I got it 1-1. I think that's pretty. Serrano hurt Taylor at the end of the first, but Taylor came back well in the second round. Round 3 has started now.
Good.
Serrano measuring with that jab, trying to cut the gap. Taylor shooting straight right hands, but Serrano getting her head off the line. Netflix gave that round to Serrano, but I thought Taylor won that round. Serrano getting her head off the line to get away from that straight right hand. Straight left hand to the body for Serrano, but she eats a little left hook on the top of the head for landing that body shot.
It looked like that hurt Katie a little bit.
Yeah, I think I'll take. Good left uppercut to the body. Withering body shot by Amanda Serrano right there. Taylor.
Withering, not just withering.
Withering.
Okay? That shit withered.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. She's throwing heat.
Taylor fencing off.
Nice jab.
Good jab by Katie Taylor.
It's
Lands
gonna be
that
quality
jab.
versus quantity.
Yep. Oh, good left hand lands near the chin for Serrano, and Taylor has to tie up on the ropes again. Minute left in this third round.
It turned off again.
1, 2, 3 by Taylor, but off the mark. 1, 2 by Taylor, but off the mark.
Here I come.
Serrano trying to dip down and come up with a left hand. Shoot it to the chest sometimes, not even to the head. 45 seconds.
I feel sorry for the judges, man.
Taylor landing a short left hook, but 2 body shots on the inside for Amanda Serrano. Serrano coming in with little respect for Taylor's power. And decent defensively tonight too. Not some of these shots, good combination there by Taylor, but Serrano punctuated with a good right hook, good right hand by Katie Taylor there. Placed the right hand beautifully
And then the
off of
smother.
Serrano's left hand, and then smothers Serrano and ties her up. Close round with 15 seconds left.
Careful.
It's been a
Sit
hard
down,
round to
stop,
score.
Stop.
Combination by Taylor
When you
again,
guys are running, you can't grab him when you guys are
but not super accurate with her combinations, but
Orange juice. Hold on.
good body shots by Serrano. Backing Taylor up into the ropes. Taylor holds again.
Girl versus a girl.
I got this 2 rounds to 1. I gave that to Serrano.
You did?
Yeah.
Who you get that to?
I got it to Katie, man.
I gave it to Katie.
She popped a lot of combinations
Yeah,
that
but the
round.
combination.
Yeah, I got.
With
I
some
got
of those
Katie
body shots, man. And then she's
was some good body shots. I'm not gonna lie.
she landed hard to the body, and
That's
she's
the
the
son right
aggressor. You
Oh
know,
wow.
He interviewing his dad.
Mike Tyson getting interviewed by his son. He just looks so done with all the fight week festivities and wants to get this check and get this fight. And
Mike looks scary right now, man. I'm not gonna lie to you.
What you mean scary?
He's sweating. He ain't even crack a smile when it's on.
his ass is
out.
No, they didn't do that.
You know Mike don't.
What do you got? I know he didn't wear socks, but he wore drawers, right? To these
He
fights.
wears tidy white.
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
Or tidy
Man.
Versace's.
Mike's ass was out.
Tidy Versace's.
All right. Well, round 4 in the Taylor-Serrano rematch. 2-1 either way. Close third round.
Yep, 2-1 either way.
2-1 either way. Taylor getting backed up by Serrano. Serrano eats a short right hand, trying to back Taylor up. Taylor dips underneath the right hand and exits out to her right, resets. Good counter punching by Katie Taylor. Getting Serrano to follow her to the ropes, but a short left hand out of the clinch lands for Serrano. Serrano walking into some combinations by Taylor. Taylor winning the exchange. Katie letting that hand speed rip. But she eats a right hook by Serrano. Serrano taking the power well. Taylor can't take the power as well, but she's outlanding Serrano here in the 4th round with that hand speed. When Taylor puts combinations together, it's special. Serrano cutting that distance. Taylor clinching a lot. Referee, if it keeps clinching at that pace, he could warn her at some point.
Oh my God, it's gonna be hard to score. There's no separation.
Serrano getting good work done in the clinch. Little short left uppercut and a right hook. Short left hand lands for Serrano, cutting the distance, trying to get to the body, and Taylor ties her up again. Close round with 30 seconds left.
I gotta say this though, man. When you got the perfect mate, that joint look beautiful.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they make
yeah.
music together.
And you
Yeah.
and you know boxing way better than I do, but the other one that I can really speak on is Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder.
Wilder.
Yeah,
Them joints was just straight
Yeah.
beautiful. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's supposed when the level is like this, it's supposed to look like that.
Yeah.
Oh, good left hook by
Oh,
Taylor.
yeah, by
Serrano was
Taylor.
getting some good work done before that. Good left hook again by
Oh.
Taylor.
Cut.
Catching Serrano, and she cuts Serrano
him.
on the right eye. Oh, big left hand for Serrano. And Serrano gives Taylor a look going back
Hey,
to the
you
corner,
see the
but
G walk back to
Yeah.
the corner.
Yeah. Didn't get that far I go. Man, these women are fighting.
That's 2-2.
I got
I
2-2.
got 2-2. I got it even. Dead even.
2-2.
2-2.
Cut though on Serrano, because Serrano ate a lot of clean shots that round, but got some good work done too. And And what's in her favor is Taylor is uncomfortable when Serrano finds the mark. Serrano, when she's getting touched clean, but she's walking through that work and still looking to get her work done.
Oh, what was it?
Oh, it was a headbutt. It was a headbutt that caused the cut for Serrano over that right eye. It was a headbutt. They showed it on the slow-mo replay.
Look, Katie rubbing it. Look.
Katie, like a vet.
Like
Evander
a vet.
Holyfield.
Like a vet.
Yep.
It was like a vet. She's so smart, man. She's very intelligent.
Taylor trying to just fight through this fire from Serrano, this forward-walking, dynamic, combination-punching Puerto Rican.
Yeah.
Round 5. Taylor boxing well, but still appearing vulnerable in spots. Netflix has it 3-1. Good straight left hand for Serrano. I got it 2-2. So
I feel like the way the numbers are looking, they're not trying to.
So
I feel like this is Shawn Porter versus
Errol Spence
Jr. Yeah,
with the CompuBox numbers,
Yeah.
they're cooking it for Serrano. Serrano has the promoter tonight.
Yeah.
This is an MVP show.
I gotta disagree with that, Sean. At the point of y'all fight, you was a clear winner. It's no clear.
No, but still, I mean, look at the numbers though.
There's no way Serrano's outlanded her by 20 plus punches. It's been very close. Serrano lands her jab, backing Taylor up. Taylor trying to set up a counter, but clinches Serrano. Minute left in the 5th, and not a lot of clean shots so far this round, but Serrano's been the aggressor.
For sure.
Serrano gets her near the ropes, gets her near the corner, misses a left hand. Katie ducks underneath, gets out to her right, back in the center of the ring. Fences with her jab. That left hook not quite finding the mark for Taylor, and Serrano able to step in and get some work done, and Taylor, again, clinches her and turns her. At some point, she could get warned for that clinching. She clinches again on the inside, as Serrano looks to get to her body. Referee warning her, don't push Serrano down in those clinches. Taylor landed a nice right hand. Right hand off the mark. Serrano misses a left hand. Staying on the front foot is Serrano, bringing that pressure. Serrano, not a lot of clean work done that round, but I would think the judges favor the aggression of Serrano. And Serrano able to land to the body a little bit, and Taylor's flurry's not that effective. 3-2 for Serrano on my card.
3-2. If Serrano keeps applying the pace like this and the pressure like this and the fight keep going on like this on her promoter's card, she's gonna get stuck.
If the fight keeps playing out like this Serrano's gonna be the one who gets the benefit of the doubt with her promoter, as opposed to last time it was Katie who got the nod in the close fight.
Yep.
So
great for us. I want to see a third one, and then the second one's not even over.
yeah. These two are always gonna basically give you this fight.
Man, this is a fight. This is a banger. I hope I find an opponent like this. Belts don't matter. Nothing matters anymore when you find your opponent like this.
Manny and Marquez, said my wife. Yeah. That's dope.
Yeah.
Great reference by wifey. All right. Round 6 officially into the second half of this fight. Could be 3-2 either way. I suspect Serrano's got the 1-point edge here. Round 6, here we go. Serrano staying on that front foot, applying pressure. Working her little parries up top, measuring with her jab, using that jab, quick little shots, trying to set something up. She walks into a left hook by Katie Taylor. Taylor still landing some effective shots, but being pressed back and not getting Serrano's attention with those clean shots. But anytime Serrano really finds the mark, whether it's the head or the body, you could see it has an effect on Taylor. Taylor trying to just slow the pace down and pick her shots, her flurries, not her shots, one at a time. Short little left hook lands for Taylor. Serrano keeps backing her up, gets her into the corner. Taylor with a nice counter right hand, and that did get Serrano complaining about a headbutt. Serrano bleeding bad from the right eye, bad, and the referee is gonna have to call a timeout and get her looked at by the doctor.
Got caught by a punch in her eye.
It was a headbutt though too. I saw.
Oh, it was another headbutt?
Yeah, she got headbutted. She got hit with a right hand, and Taylor, when she landed the right, she gave her the old Bernard Hopkins right hand headbutt.
Yeah.
So
Great vet move.
Nasty gash. I think Serrano's going to be able to fight through it, though, but it's pretty bad. Ooh. Ooh, it's bad. Yeah. That's a nasty cut over the right eye of Amanda Serrano. Nasty. Woo! I don't know, man. I don't know if they might let her finish the round. Serrano wants to fight.
Yeah.
There's zero, she looks frustrated. Like, damn it, if this fight gets stopped on a cut, I'll be damned. All right, let's see if Serrano lets it all hang out. Referee lets him get back to it. Serrano frustrated. Lots of blood over that right eye. Walks in. They exchange, both landing their shots. Both good even exchange. Left hands for Serrano, right hands for Taylor. Taylor maybe landing a little cleaner there.
And she continues to back her up with the nasty cut.
Serrano still on the front foot, falling short with her lead shots, but it sets up a combination inside. Taylor, both fighters flurrying in close. Taylor getting a little left hook off there. Nice jab by Serrano. Taylor trying to flurry with a right hand. Got caught with a right hook.
Ooh.
I think Taylor felt that right hook a little bit.
Sure did.
Taylor backing away. Good straight right hands, though, by Taylor. But these are get-off-me flurries more than they are range-controlling, dictating flurries. They're close fight, man. Close fight.
I wish that cut wasn't there.
Oof. I got it even after 6. Maybe 4-2 Serrano.
I got it 3-3.
Yeah, I got it 3-3, but yeah, they might stop it. That's pretty bad, but it should continue. That cut is nasty, says Chip Skylark. Yeah, the old B-hop, Joseph P. Lead head, you got to do the old Bernard Hopkins. Lead right hand headbutt.
Oh, right, again.
Was it a headbutt on the
Was
replay?
a
Let me see. Let me
headbutt.
see again.
In the same spot. I bet you she wish it was on the other eye. Like, it hit the same cut.
Yeah. Well, Mike Basil, the cut man, taking care of Serrano. Looks like she's going to be able to keep fighting this fight. It's anybody's fight right now. About 3 rounds apiece. We got 4 rounds left. Anybody's fight. Serrano hurt Taylor in round 1, but it's been a good fight. Taylor letting go of combinations to start the 7th round. Oh, good right hook lands for Serrano in between Taylor's punches. 1-2 lands for Serrano. Serrano getting the better of these exchanges to start round 7. Taylor almost always gets the better of it there. Now a good 2-piece by Katie Taylor, but Serrano digging to the body as she eats that 2-piece up top. Taylor getting walked down. Straight left hand lands for Serrano, and Taylor ties her up. Serrano trying to flurry some uppercuts behind that left hand, and Taylor tied her up immediately. Right hook, straight left hands landing for Serrano. Serrano is getting the better of these exchanges. And Taylor expending a lot of energy to start the 7th round. Now she's clinching Serrano, trying to get some energy there. I see Serrano get, good left uppercut to the body by Serrano. Serrano is sneaking in shots in these exchanges. And Taylor is just kind of flurrying like an amateur. Left uppercut lands on the inside for Serrano. Right uppercut lands for Serrano. Serrano is putting together shots and is winning these exchanges. Taylor smothers Serrano on the ropes and clinches her, but Taylor not getting the better of those exchanges. The uppercut for Serrano is finding a home. She's mixing in. Serrano just letting a bunch of shots go and mixing in the uppercut. Lands a right hook. Taylor lands a right hand, but Taylor gets backed up again with a right uppercut. Serrano wearing Taylor down in this round. This has been a really good Serrano round, and Taylor has thrown a lot of nice combinations, but she is getting beat in these exchanges. Right hook lands again for Serrano. Taylor is getting busted up this round. Another right hook for Serrano. And Taylor's getting off combinations too, but it's Serrano finding the mark in between those shots. That was a good-ass round for Amanda Serrano.
Yeah.
She hit her with some heavy, heavy shots.
If she could make it to the end of this fight without that cut getting too much more crazy.
And now Taylor's cut over the right eye.
By a punch.
Maybe. We got to see a replay. It's almost never by a punch these days, or it's always a headbutt. But yeah, I got it 4-3 for Serrano. She has the momentum after that round. That was a good one. She was kind of cooking Katie Taylor that round.
Yeah, she was cooking. That's what I'm telling. I think that might have been a punch.
Because she was eating a lot.
Might have been an uppercut.
It was beautiful the way Serrano mixed in the uppercut that round. Here it is, touching with little shots. Boom, right uppercut. Yep.
It was an uppercut. Told you.
I think you're right. I think that might have been what opened it up. And Taylor, not as good on the inside as Serrano. She's landed her fair share too, but it's Serrano placing them and really working that uppercut. And changing speeds on the shot. Taylor throwing everything, whip, 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 whip. And Serrano will touch, bang, bang, bang. She'll do a little bit more of that. 8th round, and Netflix scorecard all over the place. They gave that round to Taylor to make it up because they would have it too wide if they gave it to Serrano. So, big left hand lands for Serrano. She gives half her body to catch what's coming back. It's left hand to the body, and that backs Katie up on the ropes. Katie is getting cooked a little bit here. Serrano backing Taylor up with combinations, working her combinations now, gaining control in the championship part of the fight now. Taylor's normal, just let that hand speed and combinations work for you, not enough right now.
Yeah.
And Serrano's getting fed up with the headbutts. Taylor landing another headbutt.
She's doing a vet. She's doing
doing whatever it's going to take. Left uppercut, right hook by Serrano. Nice left hook, 2 left hooks by Katie Taylor in the right hand. So Taylor's still landing. Nice left hook, right hand again for Taylor, but a right hook busts her up. Left uppercut to the body for Serrano, but a left hook by Taylor, and now we're into the war. It's a war. Serrano getting the better of it in the clinch with her free left hand, working that uppercut.
She's steady headbutting there, though.
Still a left hook's landing for Taylor, but Taylor eating a lot of body shots and a lot of uppercuts on the inside. Whoa. Left uppercut lands for Serrano again on the inside. Big flurry by Taylor, what comes right back, but a left uppercut again for Serrano on the inside. Serrano landing the harder shots on the inside, and the ref is going to have to... Taylor gets the point deducted for holding, I said earlier. Mm-hmm. And that's a good deduction, man. Yeah. She was holding excessively, and this is Serrano's fight now.
I ain't gonna lie. She's been holding in head, but she's been a little dirty.
Yeah.
She's been having to compensate for that power and pressure that Serrano's putting on her.
I now got it 5-3 Serrano, and with the point, I got her up 3 points. Taylor, yeah. That means she's...
All she has to do is make it to the end of this fight.
Keep doing what she's doing.
Yeah.
And she's gonna win this fight.
She's gonna win.
Yep.
Great for boxing. That means we get a 3.
We get a part 3.
Yes. Even though, hey, Taylor's my cousin. I'm sorry I'm going against you right now. But I want to see y'all scrap again, man.
Chad, I'm about to have bragging rights over Sean.
Huh?
I'm about to have bragging rights over Sean. I'm silly, you know.
Yeah.
I'll be like, I picked it right.
Yep.
See, you guys fight for a living, so I feel like I have to pick it right. Otherwise, why are they listening to me? Fighters could pick fights wrong over and over again, and the fans will still want to listen to them because they fight. Because they fight.
You know the round of the year in 2005.
That's right.
You know boxing.
That's right. That's right.
You know boxing. Like Roger say, most people don't know. You are not one of them people.
No, I did his test, and he said, when he was alive.
I'm telling you.
It was once I said, that's Charlie Burley. That's Ezra Charles. He went, okay, all right, you're good.
First day I met this guy, I was like, he knows his boxing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. That feels
good. First day I met
all right, but Taylor, round 9 starting, Serrano getting the better of it. They're both landing good shots by Taylor. Taylor landed some good shots too, but
nice by Serrano.
Both landing their bet. Now they're brawling. Now it's a war in the center of the ring. Good left hook by Taylor.
She's working.
Taylor getting some good shots in on the inside, giving Serrano some of her own medicine on the inside there. Taylor showing that dog. Not yet, but again, those legs, those 38-year-old legs can't move around like they could a couple years ago. Oh, good left uppercut to the body, sets up a right hook up top. Right uppercut to the body, another left hand to the body. Left uppercut on the inside, all for Serrano. Serrano withering body shot again. Left uppercut up top. Another left uppercut, right hook. Left uppercut on the inside again. That uppercut is what's really sealing the deal for Serrano right now. That's the adjustment made down the stretch. But it's easier to land that uppercut when Taylor's legs have started to go.
Yeah.
Taylor with a good right hand out of the clinch, but she's getting busted up. Oh, good right hand again for Katie Taylor, and Serrano answers right back with uppercuts. But Taylor has landed some better shots in round 9 than she has the last 2 rounds, but I still think Serrano's winning it.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with that point.
Taylor at 38 just doesn't have those legs in the late rounds. So she has to exchange with Serrano, and that's Serrano's fight. And Serrano may have broken Katie Taylor's jaw.
Yeah,
Look at her jaw. Why
yeah.
Serrano might have broken that jaw. I got to get a look at it after this round. And props to Katie Taylor. She fought a good round and landed some heavy shots, but ultimately she's fighting Serrano's fight at this point. Going toe-to-toe in the center of the ring, that's going to favor Serrano. And it did. So we go into 10, and I think Serrano's going to walk out of this fight the winner, Sean.
Oh man, you didn't have a bite, did you?
I had 2 or 3. I had 2 or 3.
I ain't telling you to eat. I'm just saying, like, you work it.
Mm-hmm.
My man ain't ate
I'm
today.
sorry to the kid.
All for y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Did this for y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Say thank you.
Hit the like at least, please.
Yeah.
Subscribe.
Or hit the like and
Yeah,
subscribe.
subscribe, you know. So I want to see a better look at her jaw.
Her jaw broke.
I gotta see how she's keeping that mouth open. I think she might have broke her jaw.
Ooh.
Katie Taylor got a strong ass jaw too. All right, last round. I think Serrano could smell it. Serrano could smell it.
She's winning.
And she's got her promoter this time. So,
Yeah.
Man, he cheated. He brought them to the center of the ring.
oh, right hook
And
again.
didn't get them apart.
Yeah.
Now,
He brought it right there and just said fight. Like,
So-
yeah.
So Netflix is being shady. They're scoring Taylor rounds or Serrano rounds for Taylor to make their card closer because they had Serrano so far up ahead.
Yeah. We all
Man,
see
combinations by both. This is war. This is war in the center of the ring. I can't call every punch at this point. They are going to war. Taylor is more arm weary. Serrano is landing the harder shots, but Taylor is showing incredible gumption on the inside, eating a lot of body shots, eating left uppercuts from Serrano. Serrano working that body. Serrano has worked the body beautifully in this fight, taking the steam and the legs out of Taylor. Taylor is hurt. Taylor is hurt in the center of the ring, eating combinations from Serrano. Wow. She punches back, but the uppercuts, the body shot.
Wow.
Taylor with a great flurry back, but she can't stop. She can't stop the momentum of Serrano. Big combination by Taylor again, but short left hands and a short combination by Serrano.
Stop the rain from Serrano.
And we're getting a round of the year candidate in the 10th.
She can't stop the rain from Serrano.
Oh, what a combination by Taylor, but Serrano busting her up in between shots. Taylor is exhausted in all these wars, showing up tonight against Taylor.
Serrano still going. Punching before, during, and after.
And again, Taylor getting some great work done, but I think Serrano's getting the better of it. Yeah, left hand, right hook for Serrano. Serrano doing
work from both of them.
Yeah, this is great.
Wow.
Oh, again, great work.
Oh, what a right hand by Katie Taylor. Big right hand, but a right hook by Serrano. And I think finally Taylor got her attention with one of those right hands. Too little, too late.
What's the ref doing?
Oh, well, left hook by Taylor. Taylor with that head, and Serrano's like, my God, if this girl puts her head into me one more time.
Wow.
Time, tiempo. Wow. Great fight. Better than the first one.
Tiempo. Now say it in
tiempo.
In Irish.
Time. You both fought great. Katie, what great job done. Fair play to you. Fair play to Serrano. I think the Puerto Rican won it. You know, I'm an honest Irish man. We love Katie Taylor, but to me eyes, mate, I think Serrano won it, mate.
I got Serrano.
Yeah, Serrano.
Katie's my cousin, and I got
biological blood cousin, Marcus Taylor, with us watching the fight, but even
hell of a fight.
Even he may have to score it for Serrano.
Serrano got the edge, if anything, because of that point that was deducted, if anything.
And the point, I forgot. Oh, it's a wrap.
It's a wrap.
It's a wrap, I think, and the new.
Oh, that was a shot of the fight right there.
You know, Taylor
has a chin.
Taylor functions a lot on her hand speed and her feet.
Yeah.
And at 38 It's hard to rely on that.
Yeah, 38.
It's hard to rely on that at 38. And you see a big difference in this fight. Taylor, when she needed to, in the second half of the first fight, she was able to still move.
Yeah.
And down the stretch of this fight, she just had to go to war because she couldn't move like that anymore. And once she had to go to war, now it's Serrano's ball game. Now, yeah, so Netflix has it 96-93 Serrano. I think that's the perfect scorecard. They kind of got there in a crooked way. They kind of put, yeah.
They said, hold on, we tripping.
Yeah, that's what they did.
Yeah, he was calling it the whole time. He was like, they got to make up for it because they was giving a lot of Taylor rounds that Serrano clearly won.
Right, but they had to make it back because they had Serrano too far ahead.
Yeah.
So whatever.
This was ultimately a great fight.
Letting things go.
Yeah, I think he may have broke Katie's jaw. Matt Borgeson says, fight of the year for me. Incredible fight. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, brother.
That was definitely fight of the year.
Charles N said there's only one Amanda Serrano. All right, let's see. Serrano's a great fighter. She's walked through a lot of punishment to get all these accomplishments. She's a badass.
Look at that eye.
Look at that face. That's a fighter.
Yeah.
You could just look at that face and know she's been in a lot of damn wars.
Yeah. Job well done.
For her to even have this performance in her after nearly 50 fights, and damn, Katie Taylor took punishment, man. All right, here comes the decision, chat. All three unanimous. 95-94, all to the winner. And still Katie Taylor.
Whoa.
Bad decision in my opinion.
Whoa.
Bad decision. Wow, Serrano is in some disbelief.
disbelief.
Serrano looks like she wants to cry and is angry, sad, all those feelings. Serrano feels like she won this fight for real.
She won that fight.
I think Serrano won that fight.
Hey. I'm coming.
I think Taylor knows she's fortunate to get that one. That's rough. I thought Serrano won that fight, man. So never mind, I wasn't right. You guys were.
No,
Katie
Nah,
Taylor
you
won.
right. Nah, you right.
You were right. She got all bang.
Yeah.
It was close.
It was close, but
She won it.
one fighter was clearly getting the better of it.
Yeah.
As close as it was. Man, let me just eat this sushi.
That was Diggy. That was crazy.
I can't believe that, man. Boxing gonna boxing.
That was a bad decision. Look, she landed 100 more punches, bro.
And outthrew her, outlanded her,
200
backed
more.
her up.
And landed a higher percentage.
Matt
Higher
Borgeson.
percentage, everything. Threw 200 more, landed 117 more, and scored at a 4% better percentage. Ah, man.
No, that
Horrible.
was a bad call.
Horrible.
Was it a close competitive fight with a
Great
lot of
fight.
competitive rounds? Absolutely,
But,
but
I got the wrong.
they gave
How
them.
did they give her that decision? With that point deduction?
I don't know.
With
With the
that
point deduction.
No.
Yeah.
And she got deducted a point, right?
Yeah. Oh, wait, what?
Yes. Katie Taylor got a point deducted and
For
still
holding.
won.
I'll give. I didn't think she won the fight, but this girl has ridiculous heart.
Oh yeah,
She is a true champion, Katie Taylor.
She is.
Katie Taylor's a true champion. I mean, the fact that she had to just fight,
Ears bleeding?
ears bleeding, jaw might be broken, but you won. But you won. Oh, man. Matt Borgeson said, I told you guys, because Matt was telling us he was worried about the scorecards all night. So, damn. Jay Daniels said, I knew they were going to rob her. Damn. My wife's happy in the chat. She loves Katie Taylor. She's not tripping.
Come here.
Sammy, she lost that
Come
fight,
come
man.
Here. Come here. Come here, pumpkin. Come here. Come
And some people try to say Katie Taylor was better than Clarissa Shields. No.
No.
I mean, Styles make
No,
fights.
no one is.
Nope.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Male or female.
If she was Katie's, what if she's Katie's size?
Shields.
What if she was Katie's size?
If Shields, no, I'm saying if.
You said Shields.
Shields, yeah.
I mean, Clarissa Shields, bro, ain't nobody gonna do what she did.
They're equals when it comes to pressing that button and just. They could both do that
You right.
like no other.
Very true.
But Clarissa has a better jab and a better defense. And she could do exactly what Katie could do too. Just press that button and let 10 punches rip. She could do that too, but she has more to her than that.
Clarissa, she won 1 goal or 2 goals?
Two. They both won
They
two.
both won 2.
So, yeah, I feel for Serrano. She deserved that.
But the thing is, Clarissa hasn't even had a close fight like this.
That's what I mean. Like, and Taylor has to deal with a deeper talent pool. There's more fighters in her weight class than there is up at 60. There's just more women at that size. So she's fighting in a deeper talent pool, you could say, but I just think Shields is better. They're both great.
Good.
Oh no.
Let's see.
I thought she won tonight, man.
Yeah,
She should have her head up high, man.
that's rough. She should have her. You know what though? But it's. I think at this stage, it's that much harder for her to accept this. Like,
I still want to see the third fight. Just like Manny Pacquiao and Marquez. You know,
Yeah.
he had beat Marquez twice, and Pacquiao still gave him another fight. I hope Katie give her another fight. 'Cause
Yeah.
She deserves it.
I agree.
Fans, we deserve it too. We want to see it too.
Or I want to see Baumgartner fight one of these two.
Oh, yeah, that'd be nice.
But
I ain't gonna lie, though. Is Baumgartner the same?
she would have to move up a little bit. But she says she'll fight Clarissa at 47, so you could fight one of them at 40, right? If you're willing to go to 47 for Clarissa, why not go to 40 for Katie Taylor or Amanda Serrano?
I would like to see that.
It's just tough on Serrano
Probably
when.
one of the best main event fights of all time.
Of all time. Right
Yeah,
here.
yeah,
Matter of fact, I could if I was there, I could walk out the building now.
Right?
That fight.
Right.
This satisfied
Hey,
the
y'all,
purists.
tell us what they
Yeah.
saying. Tell us what she's saying.
Let me see. What are they saying, chat? Because we got to keep it
Can't
on
hear.
mute so we don't get copyright. Tell us what it is. She's gonna talk to her team. Her coach, her brother-in-law is out here protesting. He's complaining about, not complaining, he's protesting the referee and the headbutting from Katie Taylor. Serrano's brother-in-law scares me a little bit.
Yeah.
It seems like it don't take a whole lot to excite him.
But I like how
Confrontation-wise.
Serrano let the brother-in-law say that. She was like, hey, headbutt or not, I'm
Yeah.
going to keep fighting like a warrior. And she let the brother protest
Is
for her.
freezing
Right.
again? Okay.
It's just tough when you walk through headbutts and cuts and fought through
Yeah.
that blood leaking in your eye, and you got this rematch and you went up to her weight and you beat her,
Yeah.
and you just don't walk out champion. That sucks.
On your promoter card,
On
too?
your promoter card
Ooh.
too. It's the judges. Katie didn't do anything. Yeah, that's why you don't hear us trashing Katie. She deserves a lot of.
Can't trash Katie.
Yeah, she's a true champion.
But
They
I could tell when they raised her hand up, she was like, ooh.
She knew.
I could tell by
It
her
coulda
face
went
she was prepared not to get her hand raised.
Right.
She was like, eh.
And then get back to the drawing board for part 3. But well, Serrano will earn the sympathy and the adoration of the viewing public. They will feel like she won this fight, I'm sure,
For sure.
which is worth something. But she don't get to walk out with the titles. So All right, Chad, I'm here solo before the guys get back in the ring or back in the room. I hope, has everyone enjoyed this format? You know I could be back at the office and not looking up like this to do the round by round, but, I thought, why pass up an opportunity to call a fight with my man Sean, so, and Marcus too. So, yeah, Charles N. What's up, Charles? Says, my heart goes out to Amanda. Yeah, me too. She's a great fighter. And I thought she won this fight. And I think the biggest tragedy in all this is that now I officially wasn't right.
The crazy thing is you were spot on.
Yeah, I know. That not only was Amanda Serrano robbed tonight, I was robbed tonight. Can I get some sympathy like Amanda?
You were spot on. That's the crazy thing about it. You were actually spot on, brother.
Yes, that's. So feel bad for Serrano, but feel bad for me too. Like that's. Let's keep it. Who wins, Mike or Jake? Again, I will say.
Let's watch and enjoy. I guess.
I'm gonna have to go with the 27-year-old douchebag. I'm sorry.
I know you hate to have that slide out of your mouth.
Yeah, but it is what it is. I gotta go with Paul. So.
Man, I know that's supposed to say.
Yep.
Don't even ask me because I'm not even gonna say it. I'm not even gonna admit it.
Thank you, Shawnee Harris. Shawnee Harris says no one calls fights better than you. Thank you.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. You got a gift.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, man. I gotta.
Tony Harrison said don't nobody call fights.
No, Shawnee Harris. Tony Harrison would say, "You never boxed before. I don't really care too much what you have to say."
That dude can call a fight.
Tony?
Yeah.
He could be a great coach. I know he was doing his thing with Alicia,
Yeah.
but he's got that. He's from Detroit. Like,
Yeah.
those jewels need to be passed down.
He already coached. Like that's what he does. He's always at the gym
Yeah,
coaching
Tony.
amateurs, boxers. Always see that.
He has a super high IQ.
Yeah.
You had some this morning, remember? But
Great trash talker too.
I wish he really took that Tim Zoo fight serious.
You don't remember shit I giving you?
I think he's faded
Go
at
ask
that
him.
point.
Go ask him.
Yeah.
He's faded. Yeah.
Go ask him.
Around the time he fought Charlo in that first fight, he might have been able to outbox Tim Zoo,
Yeah.
but those days were behind him.
There's no more in there.
He was beating Charlo the second fight.
No, that's
He was.
Foolish.
Yeah.
I know that's something he still regret to this day. To this day.
Someone said they gave the fight to Katie so Eddie can drop the lawsuit against Jake. So it's a fun theory. To appease him. Hey man, let's calm down on that lawsuit. We're gonna let you get. That's a good. It's a fun. So Jake Paul said after the first fight that Matchroom must have fixed the fight for Katie to win, and so Eddie's like, I'm gonna sue you for that. Defamation, yeah. And that's why Eddie wasn't really
Stop saying give me.
invited to the fight all week,
Not
but
get anything else.
he found a way to get in there because he's Katie's promoter.
Yeah.
And Katie put her foot down
Yeah.
with Jake Paul and said,
Yeah.
you're going to have my promoter here. I'm Katie Taylor.
Yeah.
I got some pull too, damn it.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Even the normally docile Kevin Aioli is bashing Netflix production on X. Is Kevin that docile? I don't know. I think. No, I get you. Terrible broadcasting decision. As long as it works for main event time, we'll get through it. Lee says you should try a new hairstyle. This is kind of a new one. Like, which one did you have in mind, Lee? The taper fade? Do I need to get a lineup? I had one. Let me keep my hair, guys. Guys, everyone's such a hair bully. Sean, too. Sean the other week, calling out a bad hair day.
Call it like I see it.
Just mean, you know what I'm saying?
I calls it like I sees it.
It was a terrible hair day. I have a lot of those. This. A mullet. Okay. All right. I like that. Might have to go with the mohawk for the win. Okay. The no country for old man Javier Bardem John. Let me see that. All right. Well, we are almost set for main event time. I want to thank my man Shawn Porter again for having me over. Let me be. Let me. Oh. Took it out on me, little baby boy. That's okay. We're charged up. All right, now let's start a poll. Who wins? Sean's favorite question tonight. You know what? I'm not even gonna poll it now.
I wouldn't even answer that question because I don't even want to that come in my mouth who I know going to win anyway. Yeah.
Playa Sports says your new haircut looks pimpin'. Thank you, Playa Sports. That's how I feel about it. I think it looks great, but I'm biased.
They say the crowd reaction was crazy. The crowd couldn't believe Taylor won the fight.
Yeah. I don't think Taylor won the fight. I don't. Pull something random. Okay. Okay. No. We're gonna. You know what? We're gonna keep it straightforward. We'll go ahead and poll who wins. All right, here we go. Poll is started. Oh, damn, I lost my streaming.
No.
Am I still here, chat? We are still here. All right. I'm watching Memphis Warriors on ESPN. I'll just follow Zittel's commentary. Netflix is trash. Thank you. I appreciate it. Andre. Sean, I felt like Andre's too real to be there for this. But then again, do your thing, Andre. Do your thing, Andre.
You know, he got the end with
All the smoke and yeah.
So sure that they gave him that's part of their culture for the type of work.
Right.
I'm proud of them. Everybody
On the broadcast. Yeah. So we'll see. Andre brings some class to the broadcast. Some esteem and pedigree. Oh, thank you for the super chat. Charles N says Mike wins. Fingers crossed. You know, to get deep again with it, I just don't know. Yeah. Shaq is ringside. I just want. I don't know. I don't know if people deserve the happy ending of Tyson winning. If you consent to this kind of circus, and like if Tyson gets hurt, everybody consenting except me because it's my job. I get to. That's my excuse. I call all the fights, so I get to call the big circus too. But for the people who not like people in the chat, for the people who don't really like the people who are tuning into this for the circus and the spectacle of it all, they don't normally watch boxing and they're drawn to this for reasons outside of the sport. Then I don't know if they deserve the happy ending they're hoping for. Maybe they deserve to see this old man get beaten up because that's what you consented to. That's what you gave energy to. So, yeah. But we'll see. Real boxing fans deserve Tyson winning. Real boxing fans do deserve that, Tay-Day. But this event is the event it is because of all the non-boxing fans, and I kind of feel like they don't deserve that. They deserve to get their nose smothered in SHIT because we got kids here, because that's what they're attracted to. If they're attracted to good sporting competition, they'd watch other boxing matches besides Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul. But this is what they want, so. So we will see. And again, this event is also an indictment on American boxing, and now it's easier to get deep and weird about it because my guy's taking a break. But you know, Riyadh season taking over boxing a lot, and then the fights not being made, and the infrastructure of boxing letting the sport down over the last couple of years, kind of culminating in this year. And the culmination of American boxing continuing to shoot itself in the foot is that now your biggest fight is Mike Tyson at 58 fighting Jake Paul, while all the other good fights are getting shipped overseas to Saudi Arabia. This is like despite all the money being made around this event that is technically boxing, this is a low point for boxing too, in my opinion. So, but we shall see.
My opinion as well.
Yeah. Sad state of affairs, says Jettaholic. That's basically what I'm saying. And we're just waiting for main event to get started here and see what happens in this bizarre. We'll see what happens, man.
Oh, man. This is...
What?
As a boxer, I got my fix with that Serrano fight.
Bradley Taylor. Okay, I love the comment. Says it's not really about a happy ending. It's serious versus clownish. Clownish has to lose. Okay, but that's where I contest. Mike Tyson is a false idol too, and that like America has this obsession with Mike Tyson. Okay, you're saying real versus clownish. I agree. No matter what Mike did, biting ears, doing a whole bunch of crazy stuff. He's not the clown. He's not the clout chaser Jake Paul is. Mike, like I was talking about earlier in the stream, got famous because he was a great fighter, and all the antics followed after that. All the antics were during the decline. It wasn't during his prime, really. Well, some antics during the prime too, beating up Mitch Green in the street. But my point is, Mike became Mike because he was special, and people were magnetized to the special force of nature he was. Yeah. But since the Holyfield bite, he's kind of been in the Jake Paul business himself. He's at times been a clown himself, and that's why, in part, he's here. Because at 58, he's not above selling his name and his reputation for a check. Yeah. And that's why you dance with the devil, you might get, you play with fire, you might get burnt. And he's playing with fire tonight. And Tyson, basically it works out like this. If Tyson wins by knockout or he wins the fight, then he's the hero. He saved the day. If he loses, then he's sold out. He's sold out, and he put Jake Paul over. And if you're keeping it all the way real about Mike Tyson, he disgraced the heavyweight title, put the final nail in its coffin as the biggest prize in sports in '97. And then if he loses tonight, gasses out and has to stop on his stool or something, he puts over Jake Paul, and all the hate Jake Paul's going to get. How could you beat up an old man like that? That's exactly what he wants. He wants to harvest that energy, that heat that they call in wrestling, and get over. Yeah. And so, Mike does a disservice to the sport of boxing by getting his butt kicked tonight. Yeah. And I got to keep it real. Like, he's been a bit of a clown himself at times. The great Mike Tyson, the youngest heavyweight ever. Speed, power, amazing, everything. All-time great heavyweight. First ballot Hall of Famer. I'm not hating on Mike. I'm just calling a spade a spade. If he allows Jake Paul to humiliate him, he consented to it. And everybody hoping he knocks out Jake Paul, they consented to this circus too. And so maybe what they deserve isn't what they're looking for. It's not a happy ending like Rocky VI going 10 hard rounds with Antonio Tarver. No, this is real life. And if you sell your ass out for that check, it might not end well. And maybe it doesn't end well tonight for Mike Tyson, but maybe and hopefully I just got to eat all those words and celebrate with the rest of America tonight because he knocks Jake Paul out.
Yeah.
But so we'll see. We'll see.
Look at this guy. I mean, just look at the tail of the tape picture, man. Oh my gosh.
Didn't Floyd Mayweather fight an MMA fighter to go 50-0 and Logan Paul, Zittel? He did. Logan Paul in exhibition and Mayweather and McGregor, it was technically the best pound for pound MMA fighter who had a good stand up, who was the bigger guy and younger.
Yes, and younger.
There was some
So it's not the same.
There were some equalizers there.
Yeah.
Like the one guy's a lot younger, one guy's a lot bigger.
Yeah.
The main thing he does is stand up anyway. That was a bullshit fight too, but it was a lot more legitimate, 10 times more legitimate than Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul.
Yeah.
You know, like
Wasn't a 60-year-old.
no, it was a 41-year-old fighting a 20-something-year-old.
Yeah.
And one guy that was only 2 years removed from being the pound for pound best in his sport, fighting the current pound for pound best in his sport. That was a circus too, but it had a lot more legitimacy to it than this.
I agree.
You know, and Floyd, it's him and Tyson are so similar in that they did so much good for boxing and so much bad for boxing.
Yeah.
They were good for boxing because they were two of the fighters that made the whole world stop and watch them and gave us, you know, a bunch of memorable nights, but also bad because of what Mike did in the Holyfield fight and thereafter, what he may do tonight. And Floyd for teaching a whole generation of fighters to try to copy him in all the ways that aren't good and not just the ways that are good. So,
Rosie is still really pretty.
oh no, Floyd, I mean, he's
I
Floyd.
gotta come to Floyd's defense though.
Yeah,
Floyd was being him.
I know.
The thing that I think a lot of professional athletes, even though they're not oblivious to it, most professional athletes don't want to reap the responsibility of having to be a leader or an example and things of that nature. Floyd, in essence, just didn't care.
He was doing Floyd.
And Floyd is being Floyd. And you can't fault Floyd for being Floyd. But Floyd didn't tell these fighters, you gotta be undefeated. That's the only way you're gonna make money. That was what he did.
Yeah.
You know? I also don't think that these fighters have all said I need to be undefeated. It's more than the business has told us that we have to be undefeated.
Yeah.
I, for the sake of words, defeated the odds because I was exciting and because I was connected to the right team and all of those sorts of things that got me, you know, the opportunities that I, for the sake of words, I earned and deserved. But man, you can't. I'm tired of people saying the Floyd era is almost gone. It was never. Floyd's era was his era. Making money was just what he did, and being undefeated was what he did. Yeah. The example that he left, he didn't purposely say, "This is what you got to do, and you got to do it the way I'm doing it." It's just it was his example. Mm-hmm. I really don't think fighters have pulled on that so much as the business of boxing has. Guess what? The business said, in order for you to make money, you got to be undefeated. So we gonna make sure you make pennies, and you keep winning, and we keep giving you pennies, and eventually the pennies will add up until you really prove that you're that guy, and then we'll start giving you money. You know. So if anything, Floyd just made it harder to make money.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a.
You say he didn't tell anybody. He did tell Tank to stay.
He did. He sure did.
He told Tank to wait.
Now that's different because Tank is in your program
at that point. At that moment, yeah.
Yeah.
And then that's why
nice,
when you think about it, Tank ain't really who he fought.
What do you think of Jake here in the dressing room?
Jake looked thick. He looked big. Should have cut the beard.
Damn, his beard. Yeah, they let the commission let him keep that.
He probably gonna try to use it.
Looks nervous. Looks nervous.
He looks nervous. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, Jake Paul looks nervous.
Deep
breath.
If anything, I hope Tyson bite his ear off. For real.
Damn.
Yeah, young Mike. They're showing young Tyson highlights when he was one of the greatest heavyweights that ever lived at that moment.
Yeah, for sure.
These are 40 years old. No, 35 years old.
Damn.
That's 40 years old. Damn. Mike was really like the first fighter I watched that I thought was superhuman watching him.
Scared you.
Yeah.
You watched that scared you.
Not to scare.
I thought you was going to say...
Put me in awe.
Mike was really the first fighter that I watched that scared me.
No, he's the... All I remember is the first... Because they had his old fights on ESPN Classic back in the day. And all I could think when I watched him was, I get it. Like, okay, got it. I got it. Okay, that's why he's so famous and why people can never forget him. I was like, yeah, he's amazing. I remember I went to the boxing gym and I said, man, I was watching Mike Tyson and he was amazing. He did speed and he did this and they were all just looking at me like, yeah, that's Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
Like, what he did. But
Probably the fastest heavyweight in history, too.
Yeah. Him, Larry Holmes, Ali.
Larry Holmes had a really fast jab.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about explosive hand speed. People ask me who win, Ali or Mike Tyson in their prime. Nobody beat Tyson in his prime when Custom Auto was alive.
Ali beats him.
Nobody.
Ali beats him.
Nobody beats.
Nobody
Beats Tyson in prime when Custom Auto is alive. Nobody, man. Not Ali. I'm sorry, and I love Ali.
I got Ali.
Frazier beat him the first fight.
That's true. But Frazier
with a lead left hook.
Yeah, he did.
The same thing Mike Tyson.
He did. It's a good point. But
And I got Tyson destroying Frazier.
But Frazier wasn't able to. He had to walk through the storm first.
I believe
He had to withstand a lot of 1-2s and
because you know why? He didn't have head moving in defense and
like in hand speed like
Tyson.
Mike. Yeah, no, he didn't.
I don't think Ali. It'd have been early. Ali wouldn't have been able to keep him off like that foot. He wouldn't have been able to. He would think that he'd be out of range, but Tyson would have closed that distance on him.
I gotta go with Ali. That's just
The
me.
only
gotta
one
go
I
with
think. I think Big George Foreman would have gave young Mike Tyson some problems because he was just so big, so much taller, and so much bigger.
Mike had obviously better technique than George Foreman.
But I think George probably
Was
the
bigger.
only one that got him.
Yeah. And I think George was a little bit more dog in him than Mike too.
Yeah.
But George punched so ugly in his
did.
prime when he was young.
But you know, styles make fights.
Yeah. All right, let's just get to main event time, man.
But you're right, it's hard to go against the greatest. It is.
Chichi Torres says, Sean, what's the word? God bless from New York. Thank you, Chichi. Appreciate it. And thank you for the super chat. New York stand up. Yankees lost. Tyson might lose, but we're still New York. Nothing could change that.
Right.
So.
That's the
Let's
best
see.
prime fighter ever in the world right there.
Roy, yeah.
Nobody beat him in his prime. Nobody.
I think the most gifted fighter ever.
Ever.
Yeah. Roy Jones in his prime.
Like Boots Ennis times 3.
Yes. If he would have retired after either Ruiz or the first Tarver fight, he'd be like a Mount Rushmore guy.
If he would have retired after Ruiz, he'd be best ever to do it, pound for pound. Because after that first Tarver, he was kind of exposed a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, even though he won. And he wouldn't have been able to live that down if he never gave Tarver his rematch.
His rematch, that's true.
But,
That's true. Well, I mean, Lennox did against Klitschko.
yeah.
Forget what they're talking. I won. Goodbye.
Bye.
Yeah, but Lennox got the TKO. Like, even though it was the cut, it still goes down as you stopped him.
I stopped him, yeah.
So, not only did I win, I stopped him. But it's like, I'm out.
Roy should have never lost all that muscle that he had
No.
gained for that heavyweight fight to fight Tarver.
No.
After you went from a middleweight to a heavyweight and you successfully won a world heavyweight championship, dude, walk away. That's not knowing when to walk away, like you said.
Yes.
And Andre Ward made sure he wasn't like Roy. He was like, "Nah, I'm walking away."
He didn't end like Roy and Bernard, the guys he looked up to.
Yeah.
And that he also did his thing. He said his 3 muses were Floyd, Bernard, and Roy. And I think he learned what to do from them, and then probably what not to do too. Because Andre Sharp, he's like, don't be all about the money.
Yeah.
Like Floyd, don't stick around too long like Roy and Bernard, and he did it his own way.
Yeah.
But those guys are a little greater than Dre. As great as Dre is.
And ultimately, when we was asking each other the question downstairs, is why he's here tonight.
Yeah.
You gotta get that bag.
Gotta get the bag. I get it.
I can't hate on
Robert
him.
Merriweather's in the chat. What's up, Robert Sr.? Good to see you, brother. Shout out to Robert Merriweather Jr. Definitely a bright prospect. Will be in some title fights later down the road in his career. Right now, Robert Jr. just developing, but that kid's got crazy work ethic and good talent to back it up. So shout out to the Merriweathers. And national anthem time in Dallas. Yes, let's sing our anthem and be very serious before this very serious.
Serious fight.
The American anthem is like, I got nothing to do with this. I wonder if the American anthem doesn't want to be sung at this event.
Right.
Like, you guys could have skipped me on this one. I'm good.
Right.
I'm good.
Man. But you know, we gotta
Let's
respect
see.
the troops just for the troops right here.
Lo Chien said, who'd you pick, Sean? Tyson or Paul? I picked Paul. I think, again, for everyone who's just getting in, I think my final pick, I think Tyson comes out with a head of steam. And for 2 rounds, it looks like he's going to produce the moment everyone's tuning in for. And then a little bit of wind comes out of his steam. And then I think the fight really changes once Paul lands his first significant punch. And that's when I think you're going to see the old man look like an old man and be like, oh, yeah, that's right. That's a big reason why I stopped doing this. That part. Not the throwing punches, not the getting in shape, not the pads, It's when the other guy lands and you go,
While I'm tired.
yeah, while I'm tired, you're like, okay, you know what? Let me take my old ass home. But we'll see, man.
He's probably doubling up his bank account, though, with this fight.
Oh, yeah, they're definitely making tons of money. So we'll just see what they walk out to. Got 350 people rocking with us. Thank you, guys. Charlize Theron is ringside. Monster was a good movie. The Cobra Kai guys. Yeah, Karate Kid. Damn, they're sitting together, too. You know they were paid.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah. A Jonas brother.
Jonas
A Jonas brother.
Wow. Nick Jonas.
Micah Parsons.
Wow.
The guy who loses to the 49ers every year, Micah Parsons.
Yeah. Big Shaq.
Big Shaq.
Diesel. Big Diesel.
The most dominant ever.
Mm-hmm.
Rob, the best tight end ever.
Yeah. The best
Gronk.
man.
Let's see.
Gronkowski. Gronk.
All right, tail of the tape. Jake Paul, 5-inch reach advantage, 31-year age advantage, and a 3-inch height advantage. Yeah, 3-inch height advantage, 5-inch reach advantage. Tyson at 228, Paul at 227, and again that 31-year age. But Jake Paul is a blown-up cruiserweight. He is a little thick and a little soft. Tyson, despite being 58, actually a little more solid muscle-wise than Jake Paul. Paul never a really lean, cut-up kind of guy, but in shape it would seem. But he is a blown-up cruiserweight.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
Fabricated heavy.
Yeah, fabricated heavyweight. Those cookies, Sean?
I looked at it. It just sounded like Coach with the cookies again.
14-ounce gloves, 2-minute rounds, no 3 knockdown rule, but it goes on the box rec as an officially sanctioned fight. And so as cynical as I've been, it's a beautiful chance for Mike Tyson to try to end his career on a win.
That would be lovely.
And rid boxing of its ultimate clown. That would make people happy, I think.
Me.
Would that make you happy, Sean?
I don't care.
Man, Sean already won.
That's the right approach,
10 world
though.
Titles already. He don't care about anything.
That's the perfect response, though.
Sean did his thing.
Vince McMahon said the worst thing the crowd could feel is indifference. And so what Jake Paul doesn't want is what Shawn Porter just said right there. To not care.
Vince McMahon said that about wrestling, or he said that about this fight?
He said that about wrestling, but you could definitely apply it to
Oh, yeah. 100%.
He said the worst thing, I just don't let them feel indifferent. Whether they hate you or love, that's it.
He's an advocate for, for fighters to get paid more and for women to get paid more. I give credit what credit's due. Can't be mad at that.
I give him credit for that, but I question some of the motives behind it. But ultimately, he got them paid, and good on him for that. But I do think it's a politician move. It's
something
to push across what you really want to push across. And
to be accepted too.
Yeah, it's good PR.
Yeah,
it's like right before we bomb the Middle East, let me go like visit some kids in a shelter and let me. Jeez, I just likened him to doing bombings in the middle. Jake Paul is not that bad. Let me walk that back a little bit. He's just selling BS fights. He's not killing anybody. Chichi Torres says, Sean, what's fighters fighting up in size do you think is most impressive? Tyson at heavyweight, Usyk at heavyweight, or Canelo at 68? Ooh, of those three, I'm going to go Usyk.
Usyk for sure.
Usyk.
Only right answer.
Fighting up.
I think she's including Tyson because he's short.
Mike?
Yeah, she's saying who's the most impressive fighting naturally bigger guys? Tyson, Usyk, or Canelo at 68?
I think I will go with Usyk.
Usyk, yep.
Mike that's very impressive.
What Mike did, absolutely. At 5'10", 5'11", where Sean knows better than literally anybody, having to do all this work just to get in range, knowing the jab's going to fall short twice, and you got to pump it out there anyways, because if you try to cut distance without it, you'll just get caught. Tyson had to do all kinds of maneuvers and expend all kinds of energy just to actually get in range, where 90% of the time he was going to get tied up immediately.
What's with the bird?
So Jake Paul coming in with a lowrider.
And a pigeon in the back. Mike Tyson loves
Oh,
pigeons.
okay, got you.
Okay. Jake Paul coming out to Phil Collins and getting sprayed by his brother Logan Paul.
His W spray. His W.
Yeah. He's been waiting for this moment all his life, to fight a 58-year-old.
You put it like that.
Yes.
It really is crazy.
Wrong song.
And he slowly comes out to a very tacky lowrider.
Very tacky.
Y'all just hate because y'all ain't got one.
That's true. That's true. That's true. I would definitely draw. If I owned it, I would think it's cool. It's a good point. But since it's not, let's hate. It is tacky.
How are they gonna move it out the way for Tyson to come in? It's my whole thing.
It ain't I don't think it's on actual wheels. I think that was like on brackets or something.
This reminds me of Eddie Guerrero
Right.
coming in with his lowrider. Except Eddie's were a lot cooler.
See?
Because he's Eddie Guerrero. Jake Paul slowly coming in. Phil Collins airing the night. This is a moment Jake Paul has worked for his whole 4 years in boxing. And it all comes to this.
Get out.
Is it all good?
Get out the Uber.
Final stop. Walk the rest of the way.
Get out the Uber.
Yes. Jake Paul will now be on the same professional box rec as Lennox Lewis, Evander Holyfield, Razor Ruddock, Buster Douglas, Larry Holmes, and Michael Spinks. Now Jake Paul will be on that same dossier.
Somebody threw a bottle at him, look like.
Paul with the silver robe. Not as loud a robe. Got a little skull and crossbones on the back. Silver sequin type trunk. Those sequins? What? Sean, you're the clothes guy. You own a fashion brand.
Yeah, that's sequin.
Sequin.
Yeah, it's nice too. That's clean. That's clean.
I didn't hate on the robe.
That's clean.
Just the lowrider. And everything else.
I would wear it.
It's not bad.
I hate him jogging around in it, but you know.
Why jogging around? What's not good with the jogging, Sean?
I just,
What are you picking up from Jake's aura?
Not here. Listen, I'm just. In my personal opinion, Jake Paul is corny.
Yeah. In my opinion, the sky is blue during the day.
I was gonna say I'm sure that's
Water's
probably
wet.
a popular opinion, but probably not popular enough.
Tomatoes are fruit,
Clearly not popular enough, right?
Yeah, that's what
Yeah. Okay, so hot take from the Shawn Porter's big hot take of the night. Jake Paul is corny. It's very what a hot take.
I mean, I try to be respectful.
So here comes Mike Tyson coming to the ring now, youngest heavyweight champion ever. Won that title in '86 against Trevor Berbick. Became undisputed, knocked out Michael Spinks, who was still the lineal champ in one round.
Was that 3 belts at that point?
It was the WBC, WBA, IBF. Won the BC off Berbick. Won the IBF off Tony Tucker. And I can't remember right now who he got the WBA. It might have been Bone Crusher Smith. Who did help me out, Chad? Who did Tyson get the WBA strap from? I know he got the IBF from Tucker, WBC from Berbick, and he won the lineal from Spinks, who basically came out of retirement for that fight. So Spinks vacated all the belts after he beat Larry Holmes, but so Tyson still had to knock him out and whatever. But yeah, who do you win the WBA against, Chad? So here comes Mike to the ring.
They show us highlights and they like from 30 years back, bro. It's crazy.
Well, at least the Shannon Briggs street shadow boxing was new.
Yeah, that's a highlight. I ain't gonna lie. That slap. They showed the slap.
He sunned him right there.
Did he, Sean?
Yeah, he sunned him. Because his slap was like, he gave him all the hand. You know what I mean? Like he wasn't shy with that slap. Like he gave the whole palm.
It almost, that sport power slap?
Yeah,
it was one of them.
it was one of them.
Jake leg kind of shake a little bit too when he did.
Don't
Jake,
say that.
Don't look at it. Jake was like,
Don't say
Mike looks ready to go. Mike's got a good sweat worked up, and Mike looks ready to fight.
Is he gonna come out to Tupac like he used to?
What? What, Sean? What was that?
Mike ain't for it, y'all.
Mike ain't what?
He ain't for it.
He ain't for it?
He ain't for it.
You mean he ain't for it, like he ain't for the BS and he's ready to knock Jake's block off, or he ain't for it like he shouldn't be getting in the boxing ring? That sounds like a more depressed he ain't for it than a he ain't for it. He's about to hurt Jake Paul. It was Bone Crusher Smith. It was Bone Crusher Smith.
I thought he was going to look different. I thought he was going to enjoy this. It don't seem like he's enjoying it.
It looked like he pretty serious.
I thought he was genuinely going to enjoy
And have fun with it.
Yeah.
Nah.
No, it's stressful. It's work.
It looks stressful.
It's stressful. It's work. It's all right. This is the I mean, he's trying to summon that Tyson menacing, look, but
That's what I thought. I thought he was going that little jaw, that little thing he used to have, that walk.
I'll let Jim Lampley put it. I got this saved, Sean. Here, I think this is exactly what my man Sean's getting at. Hold on, 1 second here.
You spent a lot of time talking to Jim.
And I recorded something he said. Here it is.
Was known for the intensity of his persona on fight night, the electric crackle that seemed to be going through his body and his brain as he approached the ring, and the Mike Tyson in Memphis seemed docile.
Just basically, Jim, saying like that energy that yeah. But Tyson, though, given a mean expression relative, and looks ready to fight. Looks ready to fight. Jake Paul was a lot more theatrical, of course, with his entrance, a lot longer with his entrance. Really taking in all the lights and the glamour and the energy, and Tyson, looks like he's ready to get this over with. Yeah.
Day.
It's been a long day. He's ready to get this check, get this crap over with.
My boy Jenny, I love.
People are saying they're already sad in the chat and they don't want to watch this happen. Just don't, you know. But you could leave it. You certainly leave your phone on if you have it on my channel. But you don't actually have to watch the fight. Just still give me the view, and we're good. But we got 71% of people in the chat voted that Tyson wins this fight.
How many?
Mark Callum.
71% out of 200 plus.
Ain't nobody.
Yeah. I know it ain't popping like that, Sean. I think I need a better setup than just. But whatever. You 370 are awesome for rocking with us.
I was like, where's Michael Ball?
I heard you, yeah. I wouldn't, yeah. I was giving them a chance, but, you know.
Nah, you're right. Who is this guy?
Coach Wade be on the big stage.
Coach Wade, why was Coach Wade ready to fight everybody on the stage yesterday? I love Coach Wade.
Do what he had to do.
Yeah.
Is that Coach Wade right there?
Yes, Wade.
Coach Wade getting the bag.
Getting that bag.
You'll never see Wade without glasses on.
Nope. I love that man though.
Have you ever seen him without sunglasses on?
Yes.
Oh, you have?
Yes.
Twice?
Yeah, it's rare,
Yeah.
but I've seen it.
Yeah.
Love that man though. That's our guy.
Yeah, 100.
Coach Larry Wade, the best part about Team Paul.
Yeah.
And Paul, again, he's a blown up cruiserweight. He's not really a natural 227. Tyson's natural at this weight.
He came in at 227?
He did.
Oh, dang.
Maybe a miscalculation by any chance, Sean? Being that heavy? Or
I hope so.
It's for
That's
the
all
show.
we can do is hope.
It's for the show. Did they say Mike weighed in at 228?
he did.
Come on, what? Them two different bodies. He looked 248.
Amir Abdullah behind Mike, screaming things.
But you know what? For his age, it's not bad. Mike used to weigh in at 210, 215, so he in some shape.
Mike is, I think, lighter for this fight than he was for the last fight of his career. Well,
Yeah.
now it's not the last fight of his career. This is. So can Mike Tyson, who has a lot of the casual public's hopes pinned on him for this, they bought into the nostalgia. They want to see Mike knock out the douchebag, essentially, is what people feel about Jake Paul. This is what they're hoping for. That how funny would it be? And by the way, if Jake Paul does get knocked out, he will turn that into gold. He will turn being humiliated by a 58-year-old Mike Tyson into gold. He will run with it.
So who's his coach?
Who is Mike's coach? That's a great question.
Who gonna coach Mike?
The spirit of cuss.
At 58 years old, but you still need order.
Should have got
You
Freddie.
still need structure.
He worked with Freddie, remember?
Freddie's the only one.
He could have worked with Freddie.
Emmanuel Stewart gone. Brother Nas gone.
All right, face off.
Ronnie
Shields, yeah.
Paul
Ronnie
trying.
really trained him though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
And Tyson, yeah, a little. Man, enough of the speculation. They touch gloves.
Height difference ain't that much.
No.
The ref looked nervous.
All right, man. A moment that shouldn't matter so much matters so very much. And here we go. Round one set to start.
Wow. This is crazy.
This is crazy. This is Twilight Zone stuff.
Let me say a prayer.
We lived long enough to see this. All right. Round one set to go. Netflix has worked out their problems. All right.
Moving.
Round one, and we're off. Here we go. Paul starts with that lead hand very low, shifts his body around to the right, and a lot of movement from Paul early on, jittery.
See that big old ring?
Yeah, Paul keeping those hands very low and immediately has to clinch Tyson and turn him onto the ropes. And Tyson, no stranger to that. You're going to see more clinching in a Tyson fight than just about anyone else.
What?
Paul, jittery early on. A lot of movement. Lands his first jab, though. Short little left hook from Paul, but almost eats a right hand over the top. Throwing punches with that left hand low. Paul bouncing to his left and his right. Tyson gets him on the ropes. Let's go over right hand, and Paul ties him up immediately and walks him back to the center of the ring. Referee breaks them apart, and Paul is playing with a little bit of fire with his hands that low. Jab to the body by Paul. Tyson and him clinch again. Minute left in the opening round, and again, Paul, playing with fire with punching with his hands that low, but we'll see. Looping right hand for Paul, misses, and then he covers right up. Tyson in the center of the ring, being kept on the outside a little bit here by Paul. Tyson pushing forward, can't get past that jab a little bit there from Jake Paul.
Mike has a right hand that he can land that he just ain't throwing.
Oh, right hand lands for Jake Paul, but Tyson rolled it a little bit, but that jab to the body by Paul, setting that up. Now Paul going on his jab, stepping over to his left. Feints, throws the jab.
Tyson reflexes ain't supposed to be this good.
Yeah.
Tyson coming forward, trying to close distance. Tyson with a right hook to the body of Jake Paul, and the ref tells him to keep it up. But it was a belt line type shot, not super low. 10 seconds left. Paul jabbing to the stomach, jabbing up top, trying to check in with the hook. And
I thought the same.
Tyson did make Jake Paul miss a lot, but it's a Jake Paul round.
It was a fast overhand right, and Tyson really made that move. Like,
that's a big deal, bro. Because we know.
Yeah,
that's a big deal.
Yeah,
it was not a slow right hand. He made that mug
Is
miss.
Jake playing with fire by punching with his hands low? I mean, I know that's obviously a thing, but like you guys said, that right hand it's there over the top with Jake pulling out with his lead hand low. Is jab landed for Tyson on the slow-mo. On the slow-mo, it was Tyson's jab landing. And Jake Paul did land that right hand, but he landed it right here, not on the chin. Landed it more on the closer to the top of the head. And Tyson rolled some of the steam off of it too. So close first round. Tyson was the aggressor. The slow-mo showed he landed a jab. All right, round 2. Paul still bouncing out to his right to start. Tyson gets the first round on the Netflix card, and he backs Paul up with a jab. Yeah, they did. Right hand to the body by Jake Paul. 3 punches landed for Jake Paul, 2 for Tyson last round. Only 13 punches thrown total. Overhand right for Jake Paul, just a little bit off the mark. Steps over to his right, misses a hook, and Tyson hits him on the chest with his left hook. Tyson still with the shorter shots. Jake Paul both hands down, taunting Tyson a little bit and playing with fire with that.
And that thing Tyson never really had is that jab.
No.
Because the jab is there.
Tyson moving his head, peekaboo style, slipping Jake Paul's jab. Jake Paul trying to throw a right uppercut off the jab. Tyson biting his right glove, and peekaboo, good right hand to the body by Tyson. Gets Paul on the ropes, and Paul has to tie up. Tyson still with good defense, even at 58 with the head movement.
Pretty good pace from Mike too.
Mike not just walking in, using head movement. Catching the jabs to the body by Jake Paul. Mike being patient and trying to set something up over the top. Paul in the center of the ring. Pawing with his jab up top. Tyson falls short with his jab. Paul still in the center of the ring. Tyson using that upper body movement. Paul using the jab. Gets out of range. Tyson with good defense. Not getting hit clean. They trade jabs.
In the first to me.
10 seconds left in the round. Paul going with his jab, but
Mike, that ring big. Mike closing the distance, and he's got more and more room.
And that'll do it for round 2. Tyson just off with a left hook, and he gives Paul a look, who hangs his head back to the corner. I think that may have been Tyson's round.
I agree.
Yeah, 1-1. 1-1.
I wish this ring wasn't so big, bro, because it's just not in Mike's favor.
Already, it's kind of impressive that at 58, Tyson has Paul hesitant.
I'm going to say a prayer between.
Yeah, keep praying. There's a chance Tyson does get him.
Stop.
I don't think he is, but It's there. It's there. Even at 58, it might be there, Sean. This man is pulling out with his hands down. Could happen. So 1-1 on my card, 19-19. Tyson with good defense early. Now getting in.
Let Tyson sit down the whole 60 seconds. Like,
Round 3. Tyson eats a right hand coming in, but he swings and misses with a left hook. That right hand got him on the top of the head a little bit there. Tyson picking up steam. But Paul turns him in the center of the ring. Netflix has Tyson up 2-0. Right hand to the body for Jake Paul lands, and then he misses the left hook after it. But Paul playing with fire again with his hands low, no matter what he's doing. 1, 2, 3 by Paul. 3 left hooks, slam for Paul. And Tyson's a little buzzed in the legs from those short little, half jab, half left hooks from Jake Paul that got a reaction out of the 58-year-old legs. Lead left hook lands for Jake Paul. Tyson not reacting well there.
Yep. Tyson got to get back on the front foot.
Tyson eating some left hooks in the first minute of this round and maybe slowing down. 1, 2, 3 lands for Paul. Paul showing no respect for the old man with some of these combinations to start the round. Right hand misses for Jake Paul. Tyson just trying to find one shot here. Tyson trying to find that left hook, can't get it off. Paul having a good round. Paul keeping the fight in the center of the ring and turning Tyson.
Yeah. Mike's got to keep moving. Center of the ring.
Mike slowing down in round 3. Right hand over the top for Jake Paul and a left hook. And I think some of those left hooks have gotten Mike's attention. We got a little buffer in here. But Jake Paul having the first clear-cut round of the fight after 2 feeling out rounds.
Yeah.
30 seconds left in the third. Right hand for Jake Paul. Jake Paul starting to show off that youth and speed in comparison to the 58-year-old man. So
The unorthodox
Yeah.
youth and speed.
20 seconds left in the round. This is a Jake Paul round. And we got a buffer, but hey, we're back. All right. Paul settling into a rhythm now. And Tyson slowing down. Tyson gets Paul on the ropes. Nice right hook to the body. Misses the right hook up top. Tried to double it up. A good right hook to the body by Tyson. And another little buffer. And that will do it for round 3. 2-1 either way. I got Paul ahead 2-1. Netflix is going to have Tyson up 2-1. I think Tyson, some of that fatigue is starting to set in. And he ate a couple of good shots there. A couple of left hooks for Jake Paul. And then Jake Paul really followed up like he didn't feel bad about punching on this old man. I feel like any decent man.
I'm surprised, actually.
After you would see this old man wobble from one of your left hooks, wouldn't you be like, all right, let me carry him. Let me chill. Mike is, yeah. Oh, he's still all right in the corner, though. All right, here's a slow-mo replay. Paul missing the 1-2 and then landing the left hook. It knocked Mike off balance, as Roy Jones is saying there.
Fatigue setting in.
Yeah, fatigue. But Mike making Paul miss. Making him miss the jab, the right upper. Mike still with the beautiful peekaboo, even at 58.
Still got good
Defense still on point, but
Still got good reflexes.
yeah.
And overhand, right? He may miss that first round.
Tyson's is slower coming out of the corner for round 4. Yep. And that's the body language of Tyson when he's starting to get tired. Paul bouncing up,
Still
center
got
of the
a little
ring.
bump. Still got a little bump.
Tyson still got a little something left, though.
Yeah.
Netflix got a 2-1 for Tyson. I would say 2-1 Paul, but
2-1 Paul.
close rounds. Paul has landed 28-12, right hand to the body for Jake Paul at long range, keeping it in the center of the ring. Good little bounce, double jab from Paul, not landing, but keeping Tyson at bay.
He's got to keep that right hand at home.
Moving to the left, Paul hooking off the jab.
And Tyson can't
Paul
stand
throwing a little
right
left
there
hook,
in the
right
middle.
hand. Tyson standing in the center of the ring, not getting any shots off.
Yeah.
Too far out of range and not enough energy to cut that range, as Paul is using those legs at 27. 1, 2, 3, all missing for Paul. Good upper body movement by Tyson, but it's keeping Tyson at the range where he can't return fire.
Sure. Yeah. And a lot of that is Mike's, that's Mike too. Heavy legs. Not much of a jab, So I just don't like that he's standing right there in the middle with his head right there in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
You know, early on he had the energy, the left and right head movement. Got to keep that going.
He probably came out a little too hot and tied himself up.
That's how he fought, you know, the post-prison Tyson. That's what you would get. You'd get him on fire early, and then that gas tank would go, and then he'd kind of be a stationary target and slow down. But good head movement by Tyson. Tyson getting underneath the 1, 2, 3 by Paul. Tyson not able to get anything off offensively, so this is going to probably be a Jake Paul round. But Tyson's still sharp defensively. It's not like Paul's still finding it hard to actually land.
Sure is.
I guarantee y'all Mike put down Jake.
When?
7th round, maybe.
Mike's going to put down Jake?
Mike going to put down Jake. 7th round.
I hope so.
Dang.
Yeah.
You know, it would be a dub.
All right, I gave that to Paul.
It would still be a dub for boxing if you can't drop Mike and can't really beat up Mike. Even if you win the fight, if Mike keep doing what he's doing, you still trash.
You still trash.
That 58-year-old man gave you everything you can handle, bro.
Yep.
Now, let me keep praying in between.
We keep praying. Hold on. We go live to the Marcus prayer feed. Hold on. There he is. So, man, it's a good middleweight right there praying for Iron Mike. If anything, just to get through the fight unscathed, right?
I don't want to see my man go get done like that, man. I don't care.
Someone said Paul's going easy on him. No, I think Paul is still weary of the power and knows don't get greedy. Even if you're not landing, that's okay. We're getting off. We're banking the round. Don't get greedy and try to land something when it's not there and give Mike the one opportunity he's looking for. So I don't think that's Jake being nice. I think that's him still being a little worried about what's coming back. So here we go, round 5. Paul bouncing up and down. Not landing that jab, but, again, using it. Paul bouncing up, moves to his left, lands the jab that time. And now Netflix has it even at 2 rounds apiece. Paul landing that jab to the stomach. And that jab has been key for Jake Paul. That length, that jab, even though it's not landing a lot, dictate the range. Oh, Jake Paul overhand clubbing right just off the mark. Try to hurt Mike with that right hand. And now a left hook right hand by Paul. Right uppercut left hook by Jake Paul. Tyson taking a lot of the steam off those shots, but it's still touching the old man, and he's taking it well.
It's good combinations from Jake.
It is good combinations from Jake. Good defense from Mike. Mike biting those gloves, keeping them up. Little bit of life in Tyson's legs now. Tyson sidestepping, getting that peekaboo going, making Jake miss the jab clean. Can Mike let go of a left hook? Can he get Jake to give up his height for just a second? Paul staying on the end of his jab. Step into Tyson. Paul backing Tyson up now. Left hook, and that's what Tyson was waiting for. That left hook didn't quite get it in, but that's what Paul has to be worried about. And, hey, just peck away from the outside. Try to step on that gas and humiliate the old man. You might get your ass caught. 25 seconds left. Paul, little shoulder roll look. Tyson tries to hook off the jab. Too far out of range, falls short. Paul resets in the center of the ring, flicks that jab out there.
Well, I tried to throw overhand, right? I can see him trying to set it up.
Talking about Jake, right?
Yeah.
You
Jake.
to know it. Yeah,
Jake trying to touch
be.
the body with the right hand.
Overhand.
Overhand right for Paul off the
When the
jab,
right to
but
the body
Tyson
came, I
rolling
knew what
those
it was,
shots
too.
well. Oh, Tyson with a nice uppercut, but too far out of range, but good speed on it. Just too far out of range. I give that round to Paul, but it's not like Jake Paul is winning these rounds to where the judges can't rob him or give it to Tyson. He's not exactly creating a lot of separation and landing a whole lot of effective blows. He's getting off first. He's busier. He's, having decent ring generalship, but he's not landing clean often at all. Let's see the slow-mos from Netflix. It's Paul jabbing to the body. And actually, he did land that clubbing overhand right on Tyson early in the round. Tyson took it well. Short left hook landed for Jake Paul. And Tyson landed right here on the neck, just below the chin on Paul. And Paul stuck his tongue out on him. Here we go, round 5. Or is it 6 now? Are we all the way in 6 already? We are. We are in 6. Only 6 minutes left in this fight.
9 minutes.
9. You gotta count the 6,
6.
7, 8.
Yeah.
Wait. No, because it's 2.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, 6 minutes. Yeah. So now Netflix has it 3-2 for Jake Paul. That's a good card. Maybe 4-1 Paul, either 3-2 or 4-1. Horrible punch stat numbers. 3 punches landed.
Mike moving laterally. Did you see that?
Mike moving laterally, moving his head. Paul inaccurate. Paul landing his jab at a 12% rate that last round. Trash, yeah. Jab lands for Paul. There he pops it out there again. Paul with his hands low, but feels safe as far away as he is from Mike. Mike moving that upper body, bending those knees, taking little half steps out and then half steps back in. Jab to the body by Jake Paul. Jake Paul fights have a very slow pace.
Overhand right coming.
Jake Paul misses the right uppercut, left hook, but he's getting off, and Tyson can't get off at that range. Jab to the body lands for Jake Paul.
Yeah. Mike pretty much coming to the end. The gas tank is not, Mike moving laterally. I'm loving
Mike
it.
short with a left hook. Tyson short with a left hook. Tries to jump in range. Can't find the mark. Paul off with his jab. Throws the jab again.
My man Mike had a double jab and then a left hook. It would be on and popping for him.
Mm-hmm.
Double jab by Jake Paul.
He not disguising anything.
20 seconds left. Double jab by Paul. Again, these jabs aren't really landing, but they're letting him dictate. They're letting him keep his distance where he wants to keep it. And keep
There
it.
There it is.
Tyson trying to walk in. Can't get anything off.
His ring is a mile.
I know.
And
Like,
that'll do it for round 6. Jake Paul in control of a very dull affair. And can't find the mark against Tyson. Again, he's winning the fight, but not really landing anything significant at the same time. So 4-2 Paul, yeah, I think that's about it. What a popcorn fart so far. All this build up and for
It's still a win for boxing. You couldn't do nothing with a 58-year-old.
That's a win for boxing.
You guys think Jake's gonna take a couple chances here, try to get greedy instead of just win?
Oh yeah.
You think so?
I still think
He's already been trying. He's been trying to land that right.
This is the 7th round where Sean says he gets caught.
I did say the 7th round.
He did. Here it comes.
He's been trying to land it up because he's been trying to land it overhand right. Mike's not there. Look at Epps. Mike Epps.
Mike Epps is so funny.
He's hilarious.
Everyone looks bored.
Mm-hmm.
What did you people expect?
Yeah,
What did you?
That's what they get.
That's what they get. Yeah. You're not gonna catch me in Dallas.
All you front row seaters that paid 30 racks for them seats. Yes.
So Tyson gets his left hook block to start. Oh, good jab by Tyson. That time he got his head off the line with 2 jabs from Paul and landed his own jab back. Good moment there for Tyson. We got a little stream buffering. All right, and we're back. Paul doubling up his jab. But Tyson with good head movement throughout. 1-2 by Paul to the body. But Jake Paul has landed 59 punches to just 16 for Mike Tyson. I don't think he's landed 59 punches. But he's definitely outlanded Tyson.
I haven't seen him throw 200 punches.
Right.
1-2 for Jake Paul. Tyson rolling some of the steam off that right hand, but Paul landing that right hand a little bit. Paul hooking off his jab. Tyson just off with his left hook in that exchange. Right hand to the body by Jake Paul, trying to set up that right hand up top. Yeah.
I wish I could credit Mike for being smart because the right hand is extremely disguised at this point with all of the hooks that he's thrown.
Right.
I just don't think Mike's smart enough to disguise a right hand this long. So seems to me like the hook
Jab
is the
for
punch he
Jake
came
Paul.
into the ring prepared to land.
Right.
And if it ain't the hook, it ain't nothing. So,
Got it.
Man, don't count out that right hand, man. It's disguised. It is in the dark.
Ooh, but he won't let it go, Sean.
But he won't let it go.
Left hook lands for Jake Paul. Got maybe a little reaction. Left hook to the body by Jake Paul. Throwing it from out range, too. Paul, lead hand low, jabs.
I tell you though, man, Mike looked good. I'm
I'm impressed too.
Mike's sturdy.
Man, you guys are nice. This man robbed the public again. Left hook lands for Jake Paul off a sweeping right hand. Right uppercut gets smothered by Tyson, but Paul landing that left hook a moment ago, and it's a Jake Paul round.
That right hand was there too.
Jab lands for Paul. 5 seconds left in the 7th. And got Paul.
Oh, don't stop, Mike. You got a little bit further.
Got Paul ahead 5-2. Wah, wah, wah.
A little bit further.
We got a super chat saying Andre Ward's got to beat Jake Paul up for Mike Tyson.
No. Bernard Hopkins got to beat up.
Tag in B Hop.
Yeah.
Tag in my man B Hop. He's still in the gym every day.
He said tag in B Hop.
Could he though? I love Bernard. Favorite fighter ever.
I don't think he would take that.
Yeah. Bernard might still school his ass. He might.
100%.
He might.
Bernard could actually outbox Jake Paul.
Right.
And outsmart him. And you know
he really wouldn't be able to hit Bernard.
And then on top of that, Bernard might be able to headbutt him and cut Jake open. Which
Chat,
we all love.
Chat, who wins? Bernard Hopkins or Jake Paul?
Ant said, hey, this from Ant. Ant said, every black man on Jake team need their ass beat.
Can we, the white delegation, trade Jake Paul? Can we? We'll trade him for an 8th round draft pick. There isn't even 8 rounds in football, but it's okay. All right, round 8. And does Mike Tyson have a miracle left hook in him? Does Jake Paul get too greedy and run into a shot, trying to not just settle for a win here, but trying to embarrass the old man? Does karma bite him in his ass as he tries to knock Mike Tyson out, or does he just play it smart, stay behind the jab?
Mike using lateral movement. This is unreal.
Jake Paul 28-5, connect advantage and jabs. Lands that jab there, doubles it up, triples it up, doubles up the hook behind the jab. Left hook, right hand, left hook for Jake Paul. And Paul getting greedy. Gets caught with a left hook from Tyson, but eats it well. But Paul is playing with fire, trying to... Jake Paul just an inch away from getting clipped, trying to run his combinations on Mike Tyson.
Mike gonna catch him one.
Minute left. Jake Paul is... Oh my God, he's so open for him.
It's like so amateur, right? It's like I can see it.
Oh my Lord, this man threw a right uppercut, left hook combo that was just dying to be countered in between shots. But Tyson is 58 years old, man. 58. Tyson step into his left, out of range. Paul touching with the jab. 30 seconds left in the whatever this is. Right hand lands for Jake Paul, disguises it behind a double jab. Tyson took the right hand well. Right hand for Jake Paul, gets pretty much blocked.
All right, Mike, you still got that iron chin, I see.
20 seconds left.
Come on, Mike, hold on.
Jake Paul misses a right hand.
He said, hold on, Mike.
10 seconds left. Jab lands for Paul. Tyson moving that head. 1-2 misses for Jake Paul. And that'll do it. A pretty dull fight. Tyson gets through this fight unscathed. His defense was on point, and Jake Paul bows before him. He should, because Mike Tyson allowed him to rob the bank for a lot of money.
Ring the bell.
And
you see him bowing and shit, just ring the bell.
Just ring the bell. And that's it. Very dull fight, and no one gets hurt, and both guys make a lot of money. And for everyone who paid to be in Dallas tonight, suckers. No, not really, though. You got to see Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano.
Yeah,
so never mind. I take that back.
Katie Taylor
and like he need his ass beat.
Yeah.
He need his ass beat. Well, you need your ass beat twice. Once while you down there, then again when you get home to Vegas.
Well, I scored it 78-74 Paul. So that's
58-year-old Mike.
so, but now he has a loss on his official record to Jake Paul, bro.
Come on, man! All this talking and putting the head on the head. And all
Yeah, come on now. Come on now.
Pushing.
Yeah.
Mike was like, man,
Keep it moving.
Man, Mike, 58 years old, you couldn't really beat him up.
We're here with Shawn Porter right after. Shawn, what did you think? 8 hard rounds between Mike Tyson and Jake Paul.
I said this earlier because I did an interview and I said, you know, I sound like I'm going pretty hard on Jake as if I would get in the ring with him. If Jake called me out tomorrow, I'm not getting in the ring with Jake Paul. No, I ain't afraid. But I just gotta keep it real. The kid has no substance. If the kid has substance, we would have been entertained. It's other ways to entertain people in the boxing ring other than just hitting somebody. You got no flash. You got nothing classy, and nothing jumps off of the screen. And I get it's Mike Tyson. I get you probably, and the script wasn't for you to knock Mike out, hurt Mike seriously, and nothing. I get that, but you gotta figure out a way to entertain everybody. Don't nobody.
Are you not entertained, Sean?
I mean,
To quote Gladiator.
listen, let's keep it real. Like, I already knew what it was gonna be. We're gonna make Mike look like the big bad wolf for the first 2 rounds, and then we're gonna take over, and it's gonna be all us. And that's what it ended up being. Mike is Mike, you know? It's cool for them and all that kind of stuff, but man, listen. At the end of the day, you're supposed to entertain us. And I'm like, that was the best you could do to entertain us. It was dull because you got a 56-year-old man that don't got much more, and you put him in a big ass ring.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you put him in a big ring, but you're not using the ring. You know what I mean? You're not like,
turning them beautifully.
Like you're not kicking it in the big ring, making it look like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Give Jake Paul a grade. No, okay, I'll stop.
Give Jake.
Let me say I'm not trying.
Yeah, that's going too far.
Yeah. All right, let's hear this decision, and I just want to ask you one more thing, Sean.
All right.
Might get an A+ though, because he survived with someone that's 31 years younger than him, 8 rounds at 58 years old. We seen when Evander tried to do it, so might get all of the praise here.
What's the decision here? $80-72. Damn, the 2 judges, they gave 1 round to
First
Mike.
round.
Jake Paul beats Mike Tyson by unanimous decision. Okay, Sean, I just have one legit question for you. Was this good or bad for boxing?
My honest answer, and I'm going to explain, this is bad for boxing. The reason why it's bad for boxing, we got David Morrell versus David Benavidez coming up in February.
February 1st, T-Mobile.
Is it official?
It
It's
is.
official.
If boxing doesn't invite that man to the arena, you're not doing it's, you're doing yourself a disservice.
If it doesn't invite Jake Paul to the arena.
You got to invite Jake Paul to the arena.
Why is that?
Because Jake Paul's going to bring everybody that's right goddamn there to the arena to see David Benavidez and David Morrell. That's how you use that and make that beneficial for the sport. Right now, he's good for him. He's not good. He's good for social media.
He's good for him.
He's not good
He's
for
good
the
for-
sport.
Yes.
Because the sport has to move past this night. And when they move past this night, them people don't come to the sport.
Yeah.
Them people come to
The people tuning in tonight aren't tuning in to Benavidez Morrell. And so you're saying you got to bring Jake to that fight to try to bring some of those people to watch real championship level boxing. Not
The Karate Kid, Alex LaRusso. We need you at the David Benavidez fight.
Yeah.
Cobra Kai guy. We
Shaq.
need you there. Shaq, you better be there.
Charlize Theron.
Yeah.
You
Rosie
too.
Perez. I want to see you there. Like,
She will be actually.
Like,
Yeah,
let's see
yeah.
everybody at the real boxing event, y'all. Support boxing.
Yeah. Good look for Mike though? Or
Right from Mike.
Man, good luck for Mike. Good luck for Mike. That looked better than his fight with Roy.
Sure did.
I thought he looked better than his fight with Roy.
I ain't gonna lie. Roy probably would have got clipped by Jake.
Royce, damn boy, don't. All right, here we're not gonna do that. Roy
I'm sorry, bro.
was like just and it was longer rounds too. So
That's who Jake gonna call out next.
no. We won't let him do that. That's what though.
He gonna call out Roy next.
What Mike
Right now,
talking
that's what he
about?
thinking in
Man,
his head.
look at that though. 50-7. So like, come on. That's the part that bothers
Get outta
me.
here.
You don't deserve to have no
Yeah.
professional win over Mike
That was an
Tyson.
exhibition
Come on,
match.
man. That was an exhibition match.
That's what we choosing though.
It's an exhibition because you didn't go Drago on Apollo Creed. So it remains. It's supposed to be an exhibition. It was an exhibition match. That's what.
Exhibition right now,
That's what Tony
you
would be
tell me
yelling
what.
right now. It was an exhibition match. You would be. Jake Paul should have been fighting Apollo instead of Drago. Apollo would have made it out alive, no problem. Yeah, Ariel Helwani, welcome to Mike Tyson. He bites his gloves when he fights. Could have been done with the most fundamentals of research. Yes, I'm hating. Hey. It is.
Right now, he wishing I should have chose Roy.
Chat, I hope everybody enjoyed the round by round.
He can't whoop B-Hop, though. You know what I'm saying? You want to fight another old man, fight B-Hop.
I don't even want, I'm not risking that. He ain't getting Bernard. Not saying Bernard couldn't do it, but I don't even want to risk giving Jake Paul the satisfaction of beating Bernard Hopkins.
Right.
No.
But he ain't gonna fight nobody young. So
I know. He wants to fight Canelo.
He don't want to fight Canelo.
No, he does. He doesn't. I don't.
I believe it's a name call out for clout and rage bait.
100%.
He's not gonna get in the ring with no Canelo. He's going to die. He knows it.
He gonna price himself out.
Yeah,
He gonna negotiate himself out.
You don't think he'd actually get in there and do it?
Clickbait.
Come up
Rage
with it, he
bait.
gonna get an injury.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think he might take that ass whooping for a big payday.
Nope.
He don't need the money.
That's true. He doesn't.
He don't need the money.
He don't need the money. Don't need the ass whooping. Don't need the health risk.
Someone in the chat says, "Bring on Canelo" in all caps. No.
No.
Canelo would carry him. Canelo should stop him. If they ever fight, Canelo should just body shot 3 rounds and call it a day. Jake Paul wants to fight Logan. Oh no, Mike Tyson wants to fight Logan. Oh wow. Disrespectful ass. Logan Paul says, "I'll kill you, Mike." What a man. This generation. That's the generation right there.
See, turn it off.
Yeah, man.
Oh, come on. Come on, Logan.
Only silver lining to this is I picked the fight right.
Yeah.
No, that's like my running joke on my street. I get like real selfish and narcissistic and make it all about me. That's like a running joke I do.
You did pick it right.
Yeah.
You picked both fights right.
Yeah.
You picked the Serrano fight right. She really won, and you.
Yeah. Can we all go home now? That's what I'd be like if I was covering this in Dallas.
Right.
Could Crawford beat Jake? Yes, he could. Even as small as Crawford is compared to Jake Paul, he could beat Jake Paul, but okay.
Said Canelo needs me. Canelo needs you. Canelo makes 80% of everything. Canelo makes 80% of a soda in the building. He doesn't need you, Jake.
Well, I think
I'm happy for Mike, because Mike about to get paid.
I would be happy for him more, but the fact that he actually had to take a loss on his official record makes me not that happy for him.
Yeah.
Highlight of the fight. This is interesting. A missed combination by Jake Paul. Another missed combination. Okay, a left hook landed.
He's all right.
Is it? He could barely hit Tyson. Yeah, he could barely hit Tyson. It was very mediocre. At least it was free. Very true. At least it was free. L event. Yes, it was. Well, this was anticlimactic. I felt like
100%.
I felt like there was a chance either something humiliating could happen for either person and it would garner this big viral reaction, but all along, this was the most logical outcome. An extremely dull fight that Jake Paul wins. Mm-hmm. This was the most logical outcome all along, and that's what we got. You didn't get any, Mike Tyson's 58 years old, splayed out on the canvas. Why'd you do this, Mike? Why did we watch this? And there was no, oh my God, he knocked out Jake Paul. Yay. It was just a waste of time.
You know, I spoke to Jake's mom. She's a sweet lady. She's a good lady.
He gets some of that spunk from her though. I see her. She can talk too.
Yeah. No, I've seen her do interviews.
But
She-
shout out
she
to
don't shy
moms.
away from it.
Yeah. Jay Leon Love, Larry Wade. He's got an all black team, Sean.
Wade said.
They all got it.
And said. Every black
Oh, whoa, $50. Thank you so much, Stephanie Ray. Thank you for the super chat. Says great night, Sean.
That for
Say
me?
hi. $25 of it is.
I
give that
was
to-
just. I didn't know if they spelled SHAW.
yeah.
They spelled it was for you SEA.
No, I'm being funny. Yes, of course. We're gonna split it. Stephanie, thank you so much. I'll definitely say hi to the fam. They're grateful for the last time you blessed us. Thank you. And family's good. They're at home, and I'm taking them to Arizona tomorrow for the Polar Express at 7:30, and I guess it's kind of by the Grand Canyon, and it emulates the Polar Express book and movie, and we drink hot cocoa and all. So family's great. Thank you, Stephanie.
What time are you doing that?
We leave tomorrow. Leo has his baseball game, and then we leave at like noon. Yeah. I should have let you know.
Huh? Maybe an hour.
3, like 2.5, 3.
Oh yeah, you're right. The Grand
Williams,
Canyon
I
is
think,
3
or something like that.
Like Williamsburg or something like that.
Something like that.
It might just be Williams.
Williams, Arizona, I
yeah,
think it
I think
is.
I know what you're talking about.
Thank you for the super chat, Matt Borgeson. Again, my man is made of money. He says, I will say this. The Serrano versus Taylor II fight was the greatest female fight of all time, period. That's quite the silver lining. Galaxy Studios asks, can Porter win against Jake? Not that you would do it. Would you beat him right now, Sean?
Absolutely.
Sean says absolutely. Despite the youth, despite the 50 pounds and the replaced hips, Sean. Let me be devil's advocate for Jake Paul here.
Oh man.
Does any reason why you wouldn't fight a Jake Paul type fight have to do with your morals, Sean?
My morals are not getting back in the ring.
Right, that's what I mean. Like,
Oh
yeah,
100%.
yeah. Even if they put $50 million in front of you, I respect it. I can feel that.
50 a different way, and I will get the 50.
Oh, okay. Talk to him. I will not. I will watch you get the 50
I will not
and
get
be
the
happy
50.
for you. Yeah, I will not. Let's try to get to 2.
He said, I will not.
I will not, but that's not to say I won't carve out my own little slice of heaven, but it won't be $50 million worth of heaven. Got to be realistic. You know what? I'm gonna play the great Ralph Wiley. I'm gonna play him right now.
Nothing could have helped Mike Tyson in that fight. It was just a time machine.
Say it again, Ralph.
Nothing could have helped Mike Tyson in that fight. It was just a time machine.
And then I'm gonna take it sad. I'm gonna take it a little too sad, guys. Don't get mad at me.
My mom said expected a little more action.
In
Or at least
boxing.
Mike didn't get hurt.
Stories in boxing.
Be a little more.
I literally
But by the time Lewis got him, a shell of his former self.
People will be interested in Mike Tyson until they put him in the
I
ground
feel sorry for Woody. Like,
He's fighting for money for a while longer because he won't have any choice. But he stopped fighting to win a long time ago.
It's okay. No, okay. All right. Jake versus Charleston White. Okay. I think Charleston
Hey,
White.
the best thing about tonight, outside of the Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano, Mike's jacket.
Mike's
Yes.
jacket.
That thing was clean, man.
Was.
I would buy that from him.
Where does Jake Paul go from here? I mean, who cares? But
Over 100,000 people bet on Mike Tyson to knock out Jake Paul in the first round.
that's that false idol worship, Sean.
got him.
That's nostalgia, which is fine, and false idol worship, which is not as fine. Mike Tyson, as good as he once was, is just too old to be fighting Jake Paul. Time for Kamala Harris to step in, says Danny. Do I think Amanda got robbed? Yeah, I thought she won. I feel a little strong using robbery in a great competitive fight like that, but it seemed pretty clear one woman got the better of it, and that was Amanda Serrano. So call it what you will. Robbery, controversial, dubious decision.
Bad decision.
Bad decision. There you go. Simple.
Bad decision.
Yeah, especially with a trilogy on the line, and you're gonna rob people potentially of a trilogy.
Yeah.
Like Jake Paul versus Diddy for the undisputed baby oil title. Diddy's from Harlem. I feel like Diddy 15 years ago might have got him.
Diddy from Harlem?
Diddy's from Harlem. Diddy's a gangster, it turns out, after all. Not necessarily a good person, not something to be. But it turns out that he wasn't afraid to get his hands dirty. Super chat from Galaxy Studios. I don't know. Tyron couldn't beat Jake. Porter might get KO'd. Yeah, right. But I did read the comment, though. Prime Porter schools him.
Come on now, say it again.
Prime Porter schools him. Shows him what a real Ohio fighter looks like. And has me yelling in the corner, talking dumb at ringside. Getting ignorant. And acting like I'm doing something because Sean's doing something. That's me that night.
Come on, let's get ready to get out of here.
All right, later, everybody.
You gonna eat that or
Yeah, I'll eat it.
You sure?
Yeah.
I can throw it away. It don't look good. So
Okay, throw it away.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw it away.
All right, good night, everybody. Peace. God bless.